to not have a frappe in the morning. I've taught everybody around the world in the hot climate how to do frappe. I'm very famous for closing bars down and say, hold on a second. This customer would like frappe. What's frappe? I normally do the first frappe, I offer it to the bartender, the waiter, I teach them how to do it, and then I demand a frappe every time they see me. It's Greek, 25 years in the UK, but never mind. There are very few companies that we need to learn from. I like Virgin Atlantic upper class. I'm traveling about 200 days per year, so I know my travel. These guys, they send you, if you're in a business class or in the upper class, they send you a car, they pick you up from home, they take you to the airport, there's a VIP entry, then they take you to your business, to the business suite, which gives you the privacy of offering things. They do not wake you up to have breakfast, because this is the time that they thought that they're going to serve breakfast. Yes, I've got my trolley dolly is bringing breakfast, and you're going to have breakfast because I said so. They're just looking at you, they're reading you, they understand what kind of customer you are, and they're offering the right product at the right time. And they understand what's important for you, because they ask you. When is the last time that you ask your customers what they really want? When is the last time that you said to the staff, everywhere in the hotel or everywhere in any company, that can you please find out what the customers want and offer that to them? We are operating in an extremely old-fashioned way in many things. And that's my favorite bit of Virgin Atlantic upper class. They've got all the stuff that you should have and all the stuff that you shouldn't, and the choice is yours. And a nice lady who is serving you. Now, I'm spending most of my life looking about technology and looking about how technology is going to change the world. I've been around for about 25 years looking into those things. And as I said, Mr. Livadas showed a lot of the things that the Greek National Tourism Organization is doing. And I'm not sure if Angela is here, but Angela Varela and her team and the social media guys have been doing a fantastic job for the last 3 years. And they've had an extra difficult job to do, because the image of Greece abroad is really, really bad right now. And it used to be even worse for the last 2 years. And we're trying to justify a lot of things that you could not really justify. And these guys, they deserve absolutely congratulations, because they've done a fantastic job keeping Greece on the social media and putting the right message together and bringing teams of people that they love Greece together to support the message and take that forward. So, what I really want to explain to you very briefly is how I see technology changing the world, and this is the research that we do in Bournemouth University in looking into how the new technologies are going to come forward, because obviously social media is all technology for us. We've been designing it for the last 10 years. Now it's about different things. And it's all about what we call transmedia storytelling. It's all about bringing together mobiles, computers, tablets, applications, radio, pictures, videos, and getting all this content coordinated across different platforms. Bring all the platforms together and create a very comprehensive experience that is going to be delivered. What we have is what we call customer centricity, or the user centricity. The user is right in the middle. Around them, there's a lot of different devices that they operate in different systems. It can be your car, it can be your computer, it can be your iPhone, it can be any device that you carry. And all those things, they're all synchronized with each other, and you've got profile portability. So whatever you touch electronically knows everything about you. So if I'm on Google on Chrome and I'm doing something, the search is automatically going to my Chrome on Android, so my phone knows what I was looking for last time. So immediately I can recover those things. Then you've got a range of different ways of connecting, from 3G, 4G, Wi-Fi, WiMAX, it doesn't matter really. And then you've got a range of applications that are happening around. We're going to a situation where we're going to have technology anywhere, anytime, any device. And we're going to have to spend quite a lot of time understanding how the customers are interacting on different platforms, generating different kind of content and sharing this content before, during, after. Okay? And this is a new world, because we have not been able to connect in the past a lot of the things that we're doing. So Mr. Livadas already talked about that, the 5 stages, where you're going to have dreaming, planning, booking, on-site experience, and sharing. Now, most of the tourist boards around the world, I was in Australia last July, working with the Australian Tourism Commission and all the different players in Australia in creating an e-tourism strategy. And what I was saying to them is that everybody, especially in Australia, they're concentrating on the planning element, where we are providing information and content for people to book their travel. Australia, New Zealand, and some other places, they've spent a lot of time on the dreaming stage, especially on destinations that they are luxury destinations, they are prestige destinations, and it's one-in-a-lifetime destinations. They are providing a lot of images, a lot of content, a lot of videos about dreaming, so they can create your anticipation. And we spent most of my lifetime looking into bookings and how you can do booking. How do you convert from the planning and the dreaming to absolute booking? Totally natural. That's social media for you live. But I think what's going to happen in the future is we're going to a situation where we are going to be required to address the on-site experience. And this, we research on this and we call it the service of now or real-time experience. And I think this is going to be the essence of what we're doing in the future. Because people will be tweeting live and they say, the bloody taxi driver took me through Kolopetinitsa again to bring me down to Syntagma Square. And you'll have live tweeting, live Facebooking, live TripAdvisoring, and people will actually require an answer now. And I've been saying around the world, whoever owns your name of your town or of your brand is your de facto pioneer, your de facto marketeer. So whoever owns at Greece, at Twitter, at Barcelona, I just came from Barcelona, and I was saying the same thing to them, at Madrid, at London, is de facto your marketeer of the future. Because people will be communicating directly with you, they'll be sending a message, and they'll need an answer now. And then sharing is about creating ambassadors who are going out and they are going to demonstrate to the world what good things that you're doing. It's absolutely critical that we start concentrating on the last two stages of the circle. And particularly on the site experience. Because there is no point of trying to recover a bad TripAdvisor review after 3 weeks someone has left. I really want to know the experience now, and I really want to meditate the experience or improve the experience or create a new experience now. And this is something that we're doing with John Fortis, who is a good friend of mine who's doing a PhD with me, and many of you know John from different things. And actually there's another event on Thursday or Friday, Vicky? On Friday, on Digi.travel, that they're going to be looking into those things, and John is going to explain this. I like this. I like to play with this. So somehow the process is triggered, and you're starting the process. You make the core decisions, where I'm going to go, which country, which island. Then you start having a series of different secondary decisions, and then you get towards the trip. When you're on the trip, when on your destination, you have a lot of small decisions. Which restaurants, which taverna, which nightclub, which bouzouki place to go. And then gradually you're going through all that, where all this is service of now, particularly when you're at the destination. Okay, I've been away from Greece for about 23 years. I was looking for a restaurant last night, and of course, I said, where is the best restaurant in Glyfada? And of course, where do you find this information? Athinorama. I was just going through lists. Nobody was telling me anything useful. And of course, TripAdvisor. First 3 suggestions, how they look, fantastic place. Peer-reviewed, people have got fantastic information. And then after the trip, all the feedback that you generate and all the good things that you're doing to inspire the next people. So I've got about 4,500 people on my Facebook account. Whatever I put on my Facebook is immediately seen around. And that's something for Mr. Livadas to take back home, that you've got a lot of Greeks out there in very influential positions, that a lot of people are following us. So you really need to feed them because I'm part of the system, but feed them with the stories, feed them with the content to share around and actually be your ambassadors. When you look into service of now, I really like to show you a little example from KLM. KLM is doing what they call the KLM surprise, and I'll play you a little video for a minute. Can we play it?
Welcome to KLM Surprise. Armed with our social media toolkit, our little experiment began. First job. Find KLM passengers who had checked into their flight via one of KLM's 4 square locations or left a message through Twitter. Second job. Search their social profiles, get to know them in a discreet manner, to think of a personalized gift.
Ja, dat is een goeie.
Nothing fancy, like a house or a sports car. Just small stuff. Carry-on size stuff. Third job, hunt them down and deliver the gift. Fourth job,
F9, Abu Dhabi.
repeat steps 1 and 2 until either success is achieved, boredom sets in, or blisters need to be treated.
Abu Dhabi staat niet aan boord. Ik moest helemaal door de security heen en zo, maar die zit niet op die vlucht. Omdat zij een heel sportief iemand is en een weekend Rome gaat doen, dan is het misschien leuk als we haar zo'n Nike Plus bandje geven.
Wel heel leuk.
Dan heb je dat niet nodig. Linda Bomhoff.
100% zeker dat het er is, want ze kreeg net een bericht, denk ik. We hoorden haar KLM zeggen.
Goedemiddag. En je liet ons weten via Twitter dat je met ons reist vandaag.
Ja.
Dus we hebben een kleinigheidje voor je gekocht.
Nou, wat leuk.
Om je een hele fijn weekend is het geloof ik, hè?
Ja, weekend.
Fijn
Ja.
weekend te wensen. En omdat je sportief bent kun je daar de afstand meten en hoe lang je erover doet.
Hartstikke leuk. Maar Twitter al, die goed voor is. Ja, daar loopt hij. Hier loopt hij. Hoe heet je? Pim.
Gelukkig hebben we je gevonden. Ja. Hoi.
Hoi.
Dag.
Pim, dag.
Pim, je hebt laten weten dat je met ons vliegt vandaag naar Washington.
Ja, dat klopt.
Dus we willen je verrassen met iets, een kleine aardigheid. Je bent als van je iPad verstuurd, toch? Dus we hebben een tegoedbon voor je van €15 om apps te downloaden.
Dat is leuk, dankjewel. Goedjes.
Tot ziens.
Merci. Nou, in zijn Twitter staat: in Mexico huisjes bouwen voor daklozen op initiatief van Homeplan.
Dextro, pleisters, middelgam, of weet je, of hoe heet dat spul van tegen...
Ja.
E24, vlucht KL 0783.
Meneer heet Medebok, hè?
Ja, zo heet het.
Natuurlijk wel even kijken op mijn iPhone. Ik ga die meneer even opzoeken. Ik heb zo'n klein fotootje.
En meneer de Bok, zoekt u die?
Ja.
Die zou er moeten zijn.
Hij gaat huisjes bouwen in Mexico.
Hallo.
U reist vandaag met ons naar Mexico?
Ja, dat klopt.
En u gaat daar iets moois doen, of niet?
Ja, dat klopt. Ja.
Heel eerlijk, via Twitter heeft u een berichtje gestuurd dat u op Schiphol was en dat u met ons naar Mexico vloog. Alsjeblieft, voor wat energie en wat verzorging. Een hele fijne reis.
Ja, bedankt.
Een mooie reis.
You are delayed your flight. Immediate boarding, please, at gate B13.
Hallo. U bent meneer Beudman.
Ja.
Dag meneer Luisberg.
Dat ben ik.
Bent u mevrouw Bergen, mevrouw Sauenaar? Hallo. U gaat vandaag naar congres op zoek naar nieuwe verbindingen. Wat waarschijnlijk ook wel over social media gaat.
Ja.
U heeft vandaag via Twitter laten weten dat u met ons reist naar Cairo. Klopt. En dat vonden we in dat verband zo leuk dat we u een kleine verrassing willen aanbieden. Dus bij deze hopen dat u een hele fijne reis heeft. Het is een bioscoopbon voor de Social Network.
Dat wil ik graag zien.
We wensen u een hele fijne reis, een inspirerend congres. We kregen een berichtje van uw buurman en we dachten wat leuk, want hij zei, nou mijn buurvrouw is echt een voorbeeld, want ze is al een beetje op leeftijd en ze reist nog zoveel. We hebben een klein cadeautje voor u en we hebben ervoor gezorgd dat u een stoel met extra beenruimte, Economy Comfort heet dat, voor u op de heen- en op de terugweg hebben geboekt. Dus dan zit u wat ruimer.
Ik vind dit gewoon fijn.
Ja?
Ja.
passengers please.
Goedemiddag, ben jij Eefke? Niet schrikken. Hoi. Ben je klaar voor New York? Ja. Je liet via Twitter weten dat je naar New York ging. We hebben gewoon iets kleins voor je, een kleine rijtje. Niet schrikken hoor.
Super, dankjewel. Ik zal daar meteen even twitteren.
After several weeks of handing out little gifts, a few things became apparent. In the age of social media, doing something that creates a real smile on somebody's face is much cooler than attaching a smiley face. But most importantly, it seemed that indeed an airline could use social media to both surprise and make a small difference to a passenger's day. And we're not just guessing that. We know, because they told us. And their friends. Massively.
Well done to KLM. How long does it take from the minute that you check in to the minute that you get on the plane? About an hour? In 1 hour, they know who you are, where you go, who do you travel with, for what purpose you go. They locate you in Schiphol Airport, which is not a small airport. They find a personalized little present for you, and they hand deliver it. In 1 hour. For those of you who are running hotels, you've got customers who are staying there for a week. You know everything about them. You look at their underwear every day. You go into their rooms. We really need to do a much, much better job and using all this technology, all this intelligence, all this knowledge, and manage all this knowledge to provide fantastic experiences. I'm working with one hotel in Cyprus that's called Aliathon Holiday Village. Someone was taking a lot of pictures, and they are Facebooking them and tweeting them. And they were saying how wonderful their experience was. And I said to my people on the ground, I said, okay, let's identify the guy. We knew his name, we knew his room, but we didn't do anything in his room. We got a bucket of beers. We found him where he was sitting on the swimming pool, because of course he was taking pictures from that same angle. And went there and we delivered a bucket of beers and say, enjoy, John, have a fantastic time. Thank you for taking all these pictures. Have a fantastic time with us. We're here. We know what you're doing. We really like it. And we're here to give you a fantastic time and a great experience. And this is what technology is going to be about. And it's going to be now. Now is the critical thing. It's not something that's going to happen in the past. And I'm sure some of my colleagues will be talking to you about how you're managing your online reputation and how you're managing social media across many different platforms, from TripAdvisor to Facebook to a lot of other kind of platforms, and how do you bring all this energy together to manage the negative comments, if you've got negative comments, or the positive energy, if you've got great things. And this is called the conversation prism, and right in the middle, it's you, it's your brand, it's what you do and how you're doing. And that occupies me with sleepless nights, because we really need to understand how we harness this in the best possible way. Thank you very much. Stay in touch with me. This is how you do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a speech professor of the category infotainment. Okay, it's learning, yeah, with a nice manner. So let's get to the sharing part of the procedure. One of the best of, yeah, let's say of the most popular tools of sharing is Facebook. Mr. Odysseas Dotsikas will tell us more about Facebook's sharing and social media. Founder and managing director of TDG. Mr. Dotsikas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you don't share the pictures with the underwear with people in the hotel that you're working for. So thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure. Now, before going to the actual presentation, let me start by sharing some data with you, which I'm sure you're going to find interesting. So, I mean, I've seen the most recent research that Facebook is doing on the travel industry. I wasn't allowed, as it is not public yet, to show it to you, but I'm going to disclose some of the numbers that Facebook is having there. So one of the things that was very striking was the percentage of people, of travelers, who are sharing status updates or photos when they are traveling. And any guess, I mean, out of the total number of people who are traveling, how many they are doing it while traveling? It's 78%. So out of the people who obviously have access to Facebook and travel, 78% are sharing some piece of information, usually a photo or a status update about the destination where they are at. So that's one thing. One of the other things which was very interesting as well as a stat was the number of let's say, tourists who are still in the process of researching their destination, who are being influenced in their final decision by what their friends posted on Facebook. So this stat is yet again amazing, and it says that 52% of the decisions are actually being influenced by some sharing of one of their friends. Which, I mean, if we wanted this translated, it means that the power of our friends' recommendations, or simply the power of our friends' photos and status updates, it's much stronger than any other form of advertising. So with this, let's say, useful stats from Facebook's most recent research, I mean, it's going to be public in the next month, but I wanted to share these insights with you. Let me start with a few words about TTG. TTG is a group of companies who's actually working across the purchasing funnels for various brands, not just on the travel industry, but we do things on the travel industry as well. The company is spread across South and Central Europe, but we have clients who are based out of these countries and are advertising abroad to attract their customers. One of the key things here, and this is what my small presentation, a very brief one, is going to focus about, is Facebook. Think Digital, one of the companies of the group, is the official sales representative of Facebook in this region, in Central and Southeast Europe. And we are actually working with a big number of clients in the travel industry, in the travel and tourism industry, but also in other industries, to try to help them to use this powerful tool in their marketing strategies. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with this picture, but for me, this is a paradigm change. So in 2000, I mean, in both cases, we see what happened with the Pope in the Vatican. So this is the same picture taken from the same angle in 2005, and the same thing in 2013. I mean, I wouldn't be silly to ask you to spot the differences, because the differences are obvious. And the obvious difference there is that the media consumption has changed, and mobile technologies, tablets, and so on are playing a significant role in this. One other significant change, which we have already touched in the previous presentations, is how the customer journey is changing. In the case of tourism, we have defined that as starting from the dreaming part and going down to the sharing or reflecting part. So the change here is coming in two different ways. The first huge change is coming from the multitude of channels that consumers are having today. It's not just desktop computer, it's not just tablets, it's not just mobiles, it's all of them together. And in some cases, and there are increasing trends towards these in parallel. So people are watching TV, for example, and using their tablet and posting things and so on. So that's the first significant change. The second significant change has to do with what we have mentioned already, which is the sharing part, and how influential this part of the whole process is in the overall purchasing decision. Now, coming a bit closer home to Facebook, I mean, most of you know and use Facebook for personal issues, so posting family photos or your leisure activities with friends or families, or you know that the power of Facebook and other social media in creating even social revolutions. But this is not only what Facebook is all about, and Facebook is widely used by business, and travel and tourism is definitely one of them who are using Facebook to create connections with their consumers. I wouldn't want to go into too much detail into the numbers, but it's obvious that these connections are happening on a massive scale, both in terms of the actual numbers of people who are accessing Facebook every day, both on the desktop part, but also on the mobile part, but also in terms of what they are doing and how engaged they are with the medium. So obviously, sharing photos and status update, as we said, is one of the main things that people are doing on Facebook. But apart from that, there are several cases where they interact with brands. And obviously, a travel brand is always on top of their, let's say, awareness when they are researching the options. Now, the way that Facebook is trying to help and empower companies in the travel and tourism industry is, let's say, being divided in three different elements. So the first one is Pages. This is the cockpit of whatever you do online. This is where you set the tone. This is where you set the pace. This is where you are creating the engagement with your consumers, and this is where you're trying to influence their purchasing attitude. The second thing is advertising, which comes in two ways. The first thing is attracting new customers, and Facebook offers a multitude of targeting criteria to be able to better optimize the budget that you're spending. And the second thing is amplifying the message that you already have there. I mean, one of the key things to understand is that out of the total fan page, of the total fan base that your page is having, only 16% will see a post that you are going to make. So amplification is very important. And the third thing, the third way that Facebook can help your business is through technology. And the technology is, when we mention technology, is basically two things. It's the insights. So Facebook has developed the infrastructure to be able to monitor what is happening out there and how people are interacting with your brand, but also has enabled you to create special, and we saw some of them already, special applications that create a more fulfilling experience for the consumers. So with this, and I wanted to make it very brief, it's obvious, I think, that social technology and Facebook is driving a business, and Facebook is driving tourism as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotsikas. Yeah, I mean, many things you mentioned are very interesting. But more than all, I want to point out this new element in the customer journey concerning the feedback, that in the past the feedback was with your family, with your neighbors. Now the feedback can be shared with thousands, maybe millions. So now let's pass from the global approach to a more focused approach on luxury, and with the adequate panelist. It's Mr. David Sadiq, Digital Luxury Group founder and CEO. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. So, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to the organizer for the kind invitation. Maybe just to give you a 1-minute introduction to who we are, so that we can also, you will better get the perspective and the vision we have for this luxury tourism industry. The name of the company is Digital Luxury Group. Long story short, we are doing digital strategy and marketing only for luxury brands. It means our clients are companies such as Sotheby's, Four Seasons, Rolex, like the major established luxury brands, or sometimes some small family businesses, small companies willing to grow their business and try to position themselves within the high-end segment of the market. What we believe in is that right now, and some people already mentioned that before, if you look at the market, and no matter which market, I think this fully applied also to the hospitality market, if you want to keep high margin, or if you want to get margin, depending on how you look at it, you need to find a way to provide a lot of added value. You need to provide experience. I think yesterday, for those who attended the conference, it was really clear that the service part and the emotional connection is something that is really, really important. And when you try to take into account this reality, the fact that you need to provide added value, services, and so on, and you try to take into account the technology, you realize that there is a major challenge for brands. And thus, this challenge is trying to show potential clients through a small screen, an iPad, an iPhone, a computer, try to give them a taste of what makes the hotel different. What makes the destination more appealing. That's very difficult. If I'm here and I have to sell a destination, I can explain, I can put emotion. I can tell you that we spent times with the kids, that we had like a lovely romantic dinner on the beach. I can provide a lot of emotion. With the screen, this is like a real challenge, and I think that as far as the hospitality market is concerned, one of the key challenges is trying to put emotion back. And emotion is not only about like doing Facebook or doing Google ads and so on, it's trying to find a way to make those customers really dreaming about the destination. So the question you will ask me is how? Is it like by taking pictures? Is it by taking video? What do you guys think? What would be the best way to make people dreaming about coming to Greece or coming to a 5-star hotels here in Athens? Excellent. Photograph works really well. What else? Video. Photograph, video. What else? Comments. What else? If they are good. Photograph, video, comments, what else? Good story. What kind of story specifically? Travel story. What else? Secret stories. What else? Celebrities. Excellent. Any other ideas? My point is to say we are too focused on the website, the metrics, the marketing, the budget, and so on. Of course, those are important metrics, information, and we need to take them into account. But the reality is that what we are trying to do is to sell a highly emotional product through something that hasn't been designed for that. So we need probably to think about the whole customer experience And especially as far as luxury customers are concerned, they usually don't have a lot of time. They usually have high expectation. They usually want the best of everything. So we have clients coming to us and saying, hey, we are not ready with the pictures. Can you put those pictures of the hotel or on the website? And we say, no, you cannot. You need to provide the best in everything you do. Sometimes it's better to do nothing, not to have any website, not to go on social media, than publishing picture of like your cousin or my cousin, not to offend yours, of my cousin. Like who took the picture and saying, hey, look at the pool is fantastic. Does it make sense? So that was one point in regards to emotion and how important it is trying to think about how you can build something that is really, really creating like a memorable experience. The second thing, the organizer asked me to give me like some feedback on what I thought of like the content and the presentation and so on. Yesterday we had a lovely dinner, and I asked my Greek friends, what do you guys think? How come there are so many smart people here, such a good atmosphere and so on, and still the economy, the problem and so on? So everyone gives his hints and saying about this, and that's the government, that's ourselves, this is trying to find an answer. And someone said something that I found really interesting. He said, and the person is here actually, we are not listening enough. We are not listening enough. We are trying to make our point before listening to people's point. And if you look at digital, I think this analogy fully works. Before going on Facebook, before going on Weibo in China, before saying I want to build a website and so on, let's try to really understand what people do, what people want. Do they really care about a 5-minute video, or do they want just very quick images that they can stop when they want, where they can have their booking and so on? Someone mentioned before the insight experience, how important this insight experience is. In our point of view, if you start by listening, if you start by reading, if you start by looking at the search engines, you will discover great insight. So at the end, I will give you the link to the World Luxury Index Hotel, which is the first research that we published with the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, the EHL, last year, also with the support of the IHT this year in Lausanne. This study is free and provides a lot of insight on what are the most in-demand destinations, what are the luxury hotels that are the most in demand for Chinese customers, Brazilian, European, and so on. What you will see is that people use the internet usually with a purpose in mind. They already have the destination, they already have an idea about the hotel. So the question is not only about how can I make them being interested by Greece or by the destination. That's one challenge. But the real question is, how can I make those people willing to book or to go to this specific hotel? And here, if you look, if you read, you will see that some consumers are looking for spa, and they are super oriented about the spa. Some others are looking for the food and beverage, and focusing a lot on the restaurants and the fact that there is a great restaurant. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was really difficult to guess. You had to take the risk and say, I will build an hotel, this will be the positioning. Maybe, you would have been able to do a market research. Right now, with internet, to go back to the advice of my friend yesterday, you can listen. So my advice to you today would be the same advice I received yesterday from this friend. Let's try to listen first and build highly emotional brand presence. Thank you.
Very much, David, Sadek. Really interesting, your presentation. And especially the part concerning the emotions and how you can communicate emotions via digital tools. Let's see if Kevin Clemson has the recipe for communicating the emotions via advisory for TripAdvisor.
Thank you. I'll drive from up here. Again, just to echo the other comments, thanks a lot for inviting me here, first off.
Hopefully everyone in the room knows TripAdvisor. I'm sure there's a very different opinion. Some will probably love it, some will quite possibly hate it, depending on where you stand. But at least everyone has an opinion, which is always good in my mind. So basically what I was going to try and do today was just demonstrate a few of the changes that I've seen in the past, mainly a year and a half being at Trip. I've been there 5 years, and to some people that's not a long time. To me, that's the longest time I've stayed at one company. I tend to move after about 2.5 years. I go in, I like fixing problems and then get bored. So far I've not got bored at TripAdvisor, so I'm guessing there's still problems to fix. Fundamentally though, just kind of looking at what we do at TripAdvisor, we've seen a lot of people talk about 5 stages, 4 stages. Ultimately there's a few stages of travel planning. Fundamentally to me though, those haven't really changed at all in the last 20, 30, 40 years. People still do all of those. The big difference is they now do them in different ways. So people have always been inspired, people have always had to plan and book. You hopefully always end up going on your trip and then you share. Sharing might have been with family at dinner the weekend after you got back, or staggered over 6 months seeing friends and talking about stories. The big difference now though is how people do that kind of communication and that kind of process. And for us, what I'm going to focus on for the next sort of 5 minutes or so really has been how that's changed again in the last year. And that fundamentally comes down to mobile. As a business, we separate smartphones and tablet. We see them as two completely different things. And I'll talk about it in a bit as well, but I fundamentally urge everyone in the room to treat every touch point very, very differently. Don't have a one rule for all. Don't try and put all of your content in all of them, because you'll fail, as we found out. Everything has a different place, and the stuff you put in there should kind of complement that environment as well. But there's some of the kind of numbers we're up to at the moment. They seem to change all the time, but about a third, it's bordering on 40% now, of our audience come to us from a mobile product, a tablet or a smartphone. When I joined 5 years ago, that was 0. It was all desktop. 18 months ago, it was probably 10%. So for that massive change to have happened in such a short period of time, I think it just shows you where your businesses need to really be in that space with those consumers as well. So the obvious ones, why people are there, these haven't really changed. Virtually everyone is there to kind of look at things to do locally. People are kind of checking restaurants, as we've kind of pointed out earlier, and kind of 80% of people are using it for map functionality. I would argue that probably a year ago, and probably still now, the vast majority of people that are doing this stuff when in location are probably doing it from their hotel room because they don't want to get a massive phone bill when they walk out their office or walk out their room and they suddenly get home and have £200 phone bill for spending 10 minutes looking at a map. So again, one thing we did as a business to really change that user behaviour and get people using our product when in market was to take it offline. So we created, I think it's in the last slide, 80 different city guides. And wherever you are in the world, if you download it before you go, all the content that is live on TripAdvisor up to that point of that destination travels with you, and there's 0 roaming charge. So you can walk around Athens, you can walk around London, Paris, be followed by GPS like a normal map would do, but there's no cost to you at all as a consumer. That makes a massive difference. Roaming charges are coming down, and the packages you can get now are much more reasonable, but if you want to get people using your product while they travel, properly while they travel, you have to kind of think about those kind of factors for consumers as well. I think the big changes we've seen in the last year are really these kind of things. So I think someone mentioned it earlier, about 50% of people are kind of in that research phase still and kind of planning their trip. On desktop, we've always kind of had that number. About 50% of people come to the desktop not even knowing where they want to go. So the misconception of people only come to TripAdvisor to rubber stamp a hotel before they book it is kind of something that was maybe 7, 8 years old. But we're now seeing that kind of change into the mobile environment. So more than half of the people are actually using it for researching destinations. They don't even know where they're going at that point. 50% check in hotel information, again, stuff you'd imagine. And then of the people that are booking currently, almost 3/4 of them are booking it based on discounts they see in that environment. That could be a restaurant discount, it could be a hotel price point discount when you're there, like stay tonight and receive the second night half price or something like that. But again, I know from a luxury point of view, it's kind of the area people don't really want to get into. But if you think of where consumers are, even if I'm staying in a 5-star hotel, I'm going to eat that night. Why not encourage me to eat in your restaurant rather than going out and finding another restaurant somewhere else? And then probably the things that most of us in the room do, I know I certainly do now as well. I can't remember the last time I printed off a boarding pass. It was just standard kind of practice. You did it before you went away on holiday, or actually you used to go to the check-in desk and get given a card boarding pass. Those kind of things are just becoming very, very quickly things of the past. And some of the younger people in the room, and certainly kind of people that I work with, will probably never see a paper boarding pass in their lives. They'll be kind of things of myth almost. And I think that just kind of is true in a lot of other ways. Some of the guys that, some of the real junior guys in our company at the moment, they virtually don't even use desktops. They're on tablets. They live on them. You never see them near a keyboard. I've got friends with children that are about 8, 9 years old. They don't even know what an email is. And in 10 years' time, they probably won't exist outside of some business examples. People use Twitter, Facebook, other social media. The email will kind of literally die off. So again, you've always got to think about how your communication with your customers is going to change to take advantage of these kind of changes as well. And then, obviously, the kind of holy grail and the topic of most people at the moment in terms of social media. Before I kind of talk about how we see it being used, I think a couple of people have mentioned it as well. One thing as a salesperson, I guess I'm a different kind of ilk to a lot of people in the room, media person at least. Make sure if you're going into social media, one, you actually have the support within your business to do it properly, because get it wrong and it's going to do far more damage than it's going to do good for your company. It genuinely is like a customer service tool. If you put something down there, they expect to see something back instantly, not in 3 weeks' time. I've got people, I've had personal experience where I've put messages in somewhere to find something out and had to chase them 3 times in a social environment. That's a really bad experience. I did it because that's just my nature, but most people wouldn't. They'd go away and tell other people about how bad that company was. But in terms of travel, I think there's kind of one big thing. Everyone takes photos on travel. I'm surprised it's only 85%, but obviously some people are too busy enjoying the sun and drinking than to take photos of it. But the real big difference is that people now want to share those travel experiences instantly. Not when I get home and talk about it to my friends in a week, 2 weeks' time, upload 200 photos on the Facebook on one go, because that's painful. No one really wants to do that anymore. People want to say, I've just had a great meal here, I've just seen a great show there, I want to tell people about it now. So when I get back, they're already enthusiastic and want to ask me about it. So again, think about anything you can do in your hotel. And I've got an example I'll share at the end as well, but I think a couple of people mentioned it. You said about the beers. If you see someone active in social media, you know your consumers. Go and give them that extra kind of piece of enjoyment. Make that purchase or that kind of experience they have with your brand, that little bit kind of cherry on the cake, if you like, because that's the kind of thing that's going to make them want to share that stuff and talk about good things. Bit of a kind of weird-looking slide, but basically the idea here is there's a lot of talk about mobile, obviously, and like I say, we put tablet and mobile in a different box. But if you're going to be in the mobile space, decide what kind of space you want to be in. Do you want to have a mobile website? I'd say yes, you probably should do. And do you then also need a mobile app? I think certainly we get a lot of it from our kind of brand advertisers saying, I need an app. Like, what can I do with an app? How do I get an app that kind of people want to work with? And you really need to step back from that a little bit and say, why do I need an app, I think? What is it going to add to my business? What am I going to be able to do within that space to kind of make that consumer journey the same as I want it to be across the rest of my brand? Fundamentally, if you get an app right and you get people engaging with it, it is massively personal. It sits on your phone. There's very few things in your life that you're going to let something get onto your phone. Your friends, it's your kind of gateway to the world. I lost my wallet about 10 days ago when I was traveling. I kind of breathed a sigh of relief when I found my phone was still in my pocket. Losing a wallet was something I could deal with. Losing my phone was a lot more hard work. So if you're going to develop an app and get people to download it, which again isn't easy, you've got to make sure it serves a real purpose, because if you do, it's massively sticky. People will come back to that app. When they've got some downtime, the KLM clip is a good example. You see people sat on airports, on trains, on buses, anywhere. Their phones now is just that no time is ever completely dead in this day and age anymore. So people will default to going to their apps when they can't go online. And if you've got a brand app that people kind of want to use, you can be one of the people that are in that space with them as well. But just a bit of a tip, I guess. From our point of view, the way we see it, web is still that first entry point. Someone's not going to download a branded app if they have no experience of your brand in the first place. So you need to entice them into the website or whatever the communication you have is, if you do other kind of things, and then they'll download the app. And if you get the app right and you get them using it, the app usage, the number of pages they use, the time they spend in it, their basket value will massively be more high than it would be in a normal environment. So if you do get it right, it's a massive asset to have. Before I kind of give a couple of tips, just one thing I remembered while some of the guys were speaking. I'm a massive Greece advocate, by the way. I come to Greece probably twice a year. I was actually in Crete earlier in the year in May in Deos Cove, which is a beautiful 5-star hotel. The experience I had of it beforehand was great. I obviously used TripAdvisor to check that the reviews were good. But when I got there, the hotel manager, Panos, personally came up to me, greeted me, explained a few different sort of areas of the resort, noticed I had a young child and made sure that we had everything in the room for the baby, which again, the little kind of extras that not all hotels do. As we were at dinner, again, they made sure we were kind of given tables that were good for the baby and stuff. Everything was fantastic from 2 months before we went till the day we left. The one massive error they made, and up until about 3 weeks ago, we're still making, they obviously used retargeting in their media mix. I was still getting targeted with Deus Cove ads for 3 months afterwards, after I'd left. And it was like, if you're going to do this, you now know I've been and stayed. Surely there's a way you can cut me out of that loop and stop targeting me a message, because I'm probably the last person in the world that's going to come back and stay at your hotel in the next month or two. So if you're going to use media and you're going to use things like retargeting and stuff, make sure you do it cleverly, because otherwise you're just going to give someone a really poor experience after a fantastic experience. That's a bit of a sidetrack. So from my point of view, in terms of 3 tips, I guess, that I'll share, follow your customer and personalize the experience. So we've spoken about different touch points. You'll have a mobile, potentially a tablet, and a desktop environment. They all have different processes. If you have any kind of CRM management system, you have any kind of database for emails and stuff, you probably know when different people are at different stages of your brand. So if they've booked, again, once they then come to you on a mobile, don't treat them like a new consumer. Tailor that message that you give to them, because otherwise you're giving them a really kind of average experience. And if we're talking about luxury, that isn't what luxury is all about. Context is king. It's something we speak a lot about internally at TripAdvisor, and again, both within the web and the environment on the kind of app and stuff as well. If someone is changing their path throughout their journey, so if they land on a hotel page, by all means, serve them a hotel message. If they land on a restaurant page, start talking to them about the gastronomy you have in the restaurant. If they're on attractions, start talking about things you can do from the property you're in. Always try and tailor the message throughout that journey. Again, as luxury brands, it's even more important. You have probably more disposable, high-end imagery and content than any other brands out there. But I often see that it's some of the laziest advertising that we get is from the real luxury guys. They'll just stick a great image on there and then do nothing else with it. But some of the guys that maybe have to try a little bit harder, try and do things a little bit more integrated into the user journey. So always try and think about that as well. And finally, just from a pure tablet point of view, humanize it. And by that I mean, no one uses a mouse with a tablet. You can't. I don't think you can do it unless there's a tablet I've not used yet. But everything is done with your hands. It's touching, it's pinching, it's kind of pulling back in. It's a perfect environment for a luxury brand. I'm starting to see in the UK a lot of grocery sites. So I'm not sure who knows of Waitrose, but Waitrose is a very high-end kind of shopping website for food and groceries. Their new website looks like a luxury glossy magazine. When you're in there, it's tips, it's pairing this wine with this meal and encouraging people through to that basket stage, but always trying to add to that journey, not just here's a wine offer, here's some food. It's making people feel like they're part of it and flowing through. And from a tablet point of view, I think more than any of the other kind of touch points, that's the one where you can really get people engrossed into that kind of product and playing around with it. So definitely kind of take that on board. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin, of sharing some of your secrets that makes TripAdvisor one of the landmark sites on global tourism. So let's stay global with the help of Dimitris Kosivas, Industry Manager Travel at Google Greece, to see your point of view.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great opportunity to be standing here amongst you. Unfortunately, I'm not sharing the same experience with you, at least not in the travel sector. So hopefully I will try with the 3 years of experience that I have at Google, being an industry manager in travel, to provide the online lens and the viewpoint of Google in travel. As most of you know, travel is very important in Greece. It's one of the major industries, and the same goes to Google. It represents more than 35% of our business, and it's a crucial industry amongst some great ones. And we see many changes in that. It was one of the first ones that actually changed with the online revolution. And for now, Google sees mainly 3 main trends. And these three trends I want to share with you, and hopefully I'll try to keep this brief. So the first one is data. As many of the speakers have mentioned earlier, we see basically in the 2 sides, one being the consumers and the other one being the companies, a great deal of data that we can all learn from. So on one hand, you have the consumers that are sharing real-time information with great brands such as TripAdvisor, Facebook, and the rest. You can see that there's a lot of data from which we can learn from. And there's a lot of data on one hand, the consumers, and there's also a great deal of data with the companies, because every company now has an online presence, and from that they can learn, they can see how many visitors they have, what are they interested in, and so they can develop further their online strategy. The second main trend that we see is basically mobile. Every speaker has touched upon that, and we see a great opportunity in that. Maybe today it's mobile, tomorrow it's going to be wearables, but for now we see that mobile represents almost half of those that start a journey on their mobile phone before traveling. And it's really important to note that because, for example, you can have a conversation with your friends about the dream place that you want to travel to in the next few months. It can start off in a coffee conversation. You get your mobile out, you start searching, and then you may proceed to your tablet with your friend while you're sitting on the couch and flipping through the different destinations, and ultimately you'll get to the desktop and you'll make the actual booking online. Right now, mobile search queries at Google, we see that they represent around 18 to 25% of the total search queries that happen on a global basis, and we see that trend year on year increasing greatly. So that's the second trend, and for the third trend, we see branding as a huge opportunity for you. We've witnessed the great disruption of social media, and I'll just mention a Google property which you probably already know, YouTube. We see a great deal of content being uploaded on YouTube every single minute. Probably in 2013, we're over the 100 hours of content being uploaded on YouTube every single minute. And this represents a great opportunity for big travel brands and tourism brands to actually get behind that content and share it with users and their, ultimately, consumers. So we see a huge opportunity for travel brands with a great increase in interest in travel from regions such as Southeast Asia or the Middle East. We've seen a great opportunity for brands to actually represent increase their online awareness and do some branding to those regions and attract new customers. Now, as far as Google is concerned, what we are trying to do is that from a stage where we were actually trying to answer questions, and you already know that you go online, you search something on Google and you get your answers back, now we're trying to anticipate those. And in this new era, we're trying to actually give you all the right data a consumer or a traveler would need when they are in their destination, before traveling or after. So essentially, you might have a travel assistant, what we call Google Now, or the whole technology of Google search as it is right now and as it will become in the next few months, where you have weather data, you have your boarding pass, you have many tourist attractions that you can visit, you have Google Maps and every single item in the Google sphere that can actually help you with your travels. Thank you very much.
To Dimitris Kosivas. So, except from asking Google, you can ask now live one of our speakers if you want something particular in his own field or a sector. Please. Anyone? Shy, everyone? Huh? Question there? Yeah. Please.
Hi, my name is Emily Schubert. I'm from the U.S. Embassy, and I had a question for Mr. Levatas. You mentioned the EU-funded digital platform. I was wondering if you have any idea when that's going to be rolled out.
First of all, yes. What is exactly the question? When it's going to be up and running?
Yeah, when do you anticipate that website to be complete and functioning?
The end of 2014, the beginning of 2015, we will have the 4 of the 6 languages up.
Wonderful, thank you.
But you'll have to remember it's a process that has to do with the European Union, the state, a number of things, but give or take, that's the timetable.
Thank you very much, Panos. Another question? No one? So, I want to thank you all. We'll pass to the next stage. The future of travel. It's a title, 5 digital innovations that will change our world days and businesses. Mr. George Simeonidis will be on the floor. I wish to thank one by one Panos Livadas, Dimitrios Bouchalis, Odysseas Dotsigas, David Sadik, Kevin Clamson, and Dimitris Kosivas. And thanks to you.
Hello everyone, I'm George. We've heard some very interesting speeches up until now. I hope mine will be interesting to you as well. I am the managing director of Linkwise and the Linkwise Travel Network, our newest subdivision. And I'm here today to talk to you about 5 digital innovations, technology innovations, that are already changing the face of the travel industry. I am not going to talk about technologies that will take 20 years to mature, but I'm going to talk about technologies that are here now, but maybe they're not being taken advantage of as much as they could. Why is it important to keep track of these technologies and these innovations? I think it's important because the landscape in the travel industry is changing very rapidly. It has been changing very rapidly for the past 15 years, and it's important to stay informed of new technologies in order to stay relevant and be able to provide the best service to our customers and the best service that our business can provide. This is kind of an offline representation of a dramatic landscape change. This is Shenzhen in China in 1980, and the next slide is 2 years ago in 2011. But even this dramatic change, I'm not sure that it actually grasps the dramatic change that has happened in the travel industry in the past 15 years with the advance of the internet and online technologies. Here are some numbers. In the USA, 51.5% of the total travel booking value is being made online. It's kind of the same situation in Europe, and most importantly, the global situation is not much different as well. You might be thinking, yeah, okay, it's an online world, everything is happening increasingly online, but I think that travel is the leading industry in the shift from offline to online, because if you look at the numbers, for example, in the US, for total retail, e-commerce is still less than 6% of total retail. And travel is 51.5%. It's almost 10 times as much. So travel is maybe the leader in the shift from offline to offline. And this is why it's so important to keep track of all the new developments, new technologies, because if we just sit back and wait for other guys to bring in all the new technologies, by the time we've gone in and copied them and mastered them, we'll still be behind. So it's important to look into the future and not into today or the past. So technology number 1, everybody has talked about mobile. And actually, to be honest, if I was in the audience and I heard that number 1 technology of the future is mobile, I would be pretty disappointed. I would say, okay, what's number 2? Personal computing. I'm not here to talk about the mobile revolution, to talk that this year is the year of mobile and that every one of your guests now has a smartphone on them and how many smartphones are being shipped per year. You all know this. But why I'm mentioning mobile is because even though the technology is here, I think that's not still being exploited in the full capacity that it could be bringing. So we're seeing new startups popping up every day, and they're not only bringing in new ideas, they're not just copying offline or desktop industries into the mobile realm, but they're actually creating whole new industries. So an example is very last-minute booking. That's a very big trend lately in mobile. So what these companies do, companies like Hotel Tonight, Hotel Quickly, Blink, etc., they actually bring information to the travelers at the very last minute, for example, for same night bookings, about cheap prices for hotel rooms. You all know that hotels, sometimes have unused inventory, and if you're talking about last night, it's probably going to be, unused anyway. So they're giving good prices, good deals on unused inventory for same night bookings to these applications, and these applications give it to travelers. So imagine a business traveler, for example, his plans changed, he had to attend a conference, but he set up a meeting for tomorrow and he has to stay one more night. He hasn't any booking plans, so he goes into these applications and he finds a 4-star or 5-star hotel quickly and easily and at a good price. So the hotel wins, the guest wins. Another example is booking taxis on the go. That's actually a Greek startup, TaxiBit, that's going very well, it's very successful, it's in 6 countries right now and expanding. Of course, you will say, we could always book a taxi, either via the phone or go online on the desktop website and book the taxi. Yeah, but you couldn't do that, for example, if you were, again, a business traveler and you got off the conference, maybe the conference was set to finish at 5 p.m. and it's finished at 7:30, or you had to talk network with somebody and it's now nighttime, it's 9:30, it's 10:30. And you go out, there's no taxis, so you go into TaxiBit, you just call a cab, it comes to pick you right where you are and it takes you wherever you want to go. And the next company is actually from a similar industry. It's actually called Uber. I don't know how many of you know this company. Uber is a company that recently attracted an investment of $258 million from Google Ventures. Any venture capital that will invest $258 million in a startup believes that there's a market there. And what Uber does, it connects passengers with luxury vehicles, with drivers of luxury vehicles. So again, you're abroad, you want to get from A to B, and you can just go into Uber and select what kind of car you want to be picked up by. For example, a Lincoln, Bentley, a limousine, a Mercedes, whatever. You can see all the available options. You know how much you're going to pay. You can tell them exactly where you want to be picked up and where you're going to go. Final example from the mobile industry is a new startup called LaunchBuddy. What this app does is, for any airport that you are in the world, it gives you information about the VIP lounges of airlines in that airport. What kind of amenities they have, if you can just walk in and pay, a ticket and go in and stay, for example, your flight is delayed, what kind of food it's got, if it's got a bar, etc. Every amenity that the VIP lounge might have. This is very good for business travelers because, as I said, plans change, flights get delayed. And as I was, putting this example in the presentation, I was thinking that sometimes, technology is very simple to take advantage of, but it's just, maybe the idea doesn't come to you. For example, I was thinking that I haven't seen any airport lounge. You pass by airport lounges, if you don't have the actual, ticket to go in, you pass by, it's just 2 closed doors. And I haven't seen any airport lounge until now to have, a QR code on the entrance, which is very simple to do. So I could pass by, scan the QR code, and go into a mobile website showing me, what kind of amenities they have in, if I can go in, how much the ticket costs, etc. So it's very simple ideas, but not being implemented. So technology number 2 is actually not personal computing. It's augmented reality. Some of the previous speakers talked about augmented reality. It's a technology that's been around for a few years, so most of you might have heard of it. What is augmented reality? Augmented reality is when we're looking at something physical, something real, and this is being augmented, as we say, by computer-generated information like image or sound. So, for example, in this picture, in my beloved Manchester, we're looking at the metro go by, and we're looking at through the augmented reality application, and we get the option to buy tickets for the metro or information about where the metro is going, if there's any disruption to the service, etc. I believe that augmented reality is best shown via live examples. So I've got a video. That's actually a video from one of the first travel applications for augmented reality that came out 2 or 3 years ago. So let's look at the first video. So as you saw, an application that in real time translates what you see in the physical world and translates it into any language we want. As I said, this is first generation augmented reality application, but you can only imagine what kind of applications augmented reality might have on the travel industry. So now we're seeing a multitude of travel applications using augmented reality, like travel guides. You stand somewhere, you look at something, you don't know what it is, you pick up your phone, you open the augmented reality app, and it shows you information about what it is, its history, etc. You've even got applications now that show you know the history of a place. For example, in Paris, you look at the specific angle of the Eiffel Tower, and you get an application now that can show you a photograph of how the same view looked 100 years ago. The possibilities are endless. But the main revolution that's going on now in augmented reality is actually through the advance of technology, ambient technology as we call it, through applications and devices like Google Glass, which is actually an application, a device, don't know why I'm saying application, a device that you wear, and the augmented reality space, let's say, is always on you, is always with you, and you don't have to actually take the mobile out of your pocket and open an application to see the augmented reality view. You wear Google Glass, and always at the top right of your viewing space, you see the augmented reality computer-generated information. Let's see another video of how Google Glass works and a few things you can do with it.
Oh man, really? Hey there, guy. Hey there, little guy. Sweet. Remind me to buy tickets for Monsieur Gano tonight. Where's the music section? Oh, yes, this is it. Is Paul here yet? Hey dude, how's it going?
Want to go check out that new place I was telling you about?
Sure.
This truck's really good.
Hey, just a second. Cool.
Good to see you again.
Thanks, man.
Got a new place, now Fred City.
See you, dude. Whoa, cool. Take a photo of this. Share it to my circles. Oh, I'm running late. Music, stop.
Hi, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
You want to say something cool?
Yeah, sure. Is that a ukulele?
Yep. Okay, here goes.
That's beautiful.
Okay. Obviously exciting stuff, also scary stuff, if you ask me personally. Speaking of scary, let's move on to the next innovation, which is artificial intelligence. I don't know how many of you recognize the image of HAL there in the background. While we're not actually there yet to build a HAL 9000, we do have the technology today to take advantage of artificial intelligence in real-life travel scenarios. So, a first area that we're actually now, the industry is now trying to move into is semantic search. Semantic search is where we talk to the computer in a natural language. We don't, for example, if we want to do flight search, we don't have to go in and say, okay, I want to go from, typing, Athens to, type in, San Francisco, London, whatever. And then what are the dates, departure dates, arrival dates, etc. We can just go in, for example, in adioso.com, and just type in whatever we're thinking, which is, for example, Athens to Sydney in November, return 20 days later. Or even more exciting, I want to go somewhere sunny in February or March. or if you do skiing, I want to go somewhere with snow in April, or whatever you can think of. New startups like Ideas and other companies are trying to actually tap into that, and that's kind of the holy grail of travel search at this point. You can also have enhanced conversational avatars on your website. That's two examples from Alaska Airlines and United Airlines. So instead of having tens, hundreds, or whatever thousands customer care representatives in a call center, you can just build an artificial intelligence application, and they can try. The technology is evolving. They can try to answer the most common questions that your passengers might have in real time. And where all of this is moving, and when it's getting exciting, IBM in 2011 in their 5 in 5 presentation, which is actually they're trying to identify is here 5 technologies that will impact people's lives in the next 5 years, and they said that personalized itinerary generation is one of the artificial intelligence technologies that will become more prominent in 5 years, and that's actually one of the first attempts to tap into that, which is personalized itineraries through artificial intelligence. It's an attempt from KLM, and what they're doing is you give them access to your Facebook profile, you allow them to take some information from your Facebook profile, and then they make a prediction or a suggestion where you will be, in the next year, month, whatever, who you will be doing what with, and what kind of event you will be attending. So, for example, if you go into travel predictions of KLM and you allow them to go into your Facebook profile, they might tell you that we're seeing that your friend X, George, John, whatever, likes football, for example, as much as you do. So I predict that at the end of May, you will be attending the Champions League final, in whatever country it's taking place. So one of the first attempts from KLM to tap into that market, but I think we'll be seeing much more and more exciting applications of that in the near future. Number 4 is real-time information. This is actually quite old in the sense that we've been getting real-time information, for example, in airports or train stations. They tell how long it's going to be till the next train arrives, or which flight is going to come in where, etc. So we're kind of used to accessing real-time information, but here I'm not just talking about what kind of information we have access to, but what kind of information is available and what we can do with it. There's tons of information available right now on the internet. It's all real-time. So for example, a startup called Flightcaster promises that they can predict airline delays 6 hours before the actual airlines. So they go and tap into real-time information from all the airports around the world, so they can see, which flight is going where and if it's delayed. So, for example, if a connecting flight is delayed an hour, then they can predict that if the same plane is being used, in another flight, 3 or 4 flights down the line, they can predict if and how much this actual flight will be delayed. So they tap into the volume of real-time information found online, and they actually produce something important. Other startups that actually utilize real-time information is, for example, rebooking services. Tingo, which is a TripAdvisor company, and TripBum, they actually, if you make a hotel booking, they actually monitor prices in real time, and they give you alerts, or they actually rebook the room for you, and they give you a refund if the price drops. Another thing we can do is we can put in live prices in advertisements. So imagine, a digital billboard in a train station, wherever, that can show a real-time price for your hotel room. This is actually being done now on Google and Google Hotel Ads, but it can actually be moved offline, in billboards or whatever else. And final technological innovation that I want to talk about is geolocation. Geolocation, you know what it is. It's when an application, when a device actually has access to your location. And you have all seen, applications for geolocation, like, for example, Foursquare. Where am I? I was taking there. But if you leave it at that level, it's actually pretty worthless. At least that's my opinion. now we have a multitude, of sensors, and information on our mobile phone, about us. It's not just location. It's other types of things like, motion data. Where are we? Are we sitting down? Are we running? Are we walking? In the future, we'll have even more sensors that will be able to identify your temperature, the color of your skin. If you look okay, what your mood is like. So to just show you how important companies think this kind of innovation technology is, Apple in the latest iPhone 5s actually introduced the M5 co-processor, which is a processor which is dedicated to monitoring information that comes from all these sensors. Another advance in geolocation will be indoor positioning. Right now, your GPS knows where you are, but the accuracy is not very good. And also, it doesn't work in very close spaces, like in this room. So your GPS doesn't know exactly where you are right now. But in the future, with devices that can do indoor positioning, your phone will know exactly where you are inside a closed space. We saw that in the video before with Google Glass, where he actually asked for directions to the music department in the bookstore. So this will be even more important in the future. Why is this important? Why is this important for the travel industry? Why is this important for you? An example application, for example, for you that have hotels or even luxury hotels, which are sometimes big complexes. Imagine, a customer, a visitor coming to your hotel and scanning a QR code at the entrance, and then he downloads an application that can tell him exactly where he is inside the hotel complex, how he can go to wherever he wants to go, for example, the pool, the bar, the restaurant, whatever, and he can give him information, real-time information about all the different places. For example, the operating hours of the pool, for the hotels that still serve breakfast until 10:30 or 10 or 11, whatever, they can actually tell him this information. So imagine, your guests actually at real time knowing where they are, how they can go, where they want to go, and what kind of information they need to have. A third example is Rove. It's an application that actually uses geolocation. And what it does, it actually records and tracks wherever you've been. And with the advance, as I said before, of indoor positioning, they might even in the future know, what table you were sitting, in a restaurant. So you can take a note and say, okay, I went to that restaurant on Wednesday, but I didn't like that table. So you can go back to the application and say, okay, where was I sitting last time? Okay, mark that, I don't like the table. Next time I will be sitting somewhere else. But it doesn't end there. So these are just 5 example technologies, example innovations that you might use, in your business. It doesn't have to end there. So I've brought an example, a case study from Ushuaia Hotel in Ibiza, Spain. It's a party hotel because, Ibiza is a party island. But in its own terms, it's a premium hotel. It's a luxury hotel for young people that go to Ibiza to party. And they've tried to implement a different, array of technologies and innovations. So what they've done, some examples, you wear a wristband when you go into check-in, and this wristband is connected to your Facebook profile. So they've got Facebook towers, as they call them. You can see them in the photo in the right. And whenever you pass by that tower, you can just swipe your wristband on the device, and you can take a video, you can take a photo, and you can choose, what people to do, to share with. You can post it on your wall. You can do whatever you want with just one swipe. They have also, give you the ability to actually like the hotel with one swipe. You can actually pay with your fingerprint. You don't have to carry any money around with you. You can just swipe your fingerprint and pay for whatever you want at the bar. They've also got mobile devices. I'm showing the standalone one, but they have also got mobile fingerprint scanners. So what I want to tell you with this example is that, they're using RFIDs, which I didn't mention. They're using, other technologies that I didn't mention, like fingerprint scanning. So it's not just about the 5 technologies that I showed you. So it's not about, going back and say, okay, what kind of technology did we see? And can we do any of those things, or can we copy that? No. I just wanted to give you an idea of what kinds of innovations are out there, are being utilized right now. So you can go back and go sit down with your team and say, okay, how can we use these technologies to match, our business, our hotel, our airline, whatever. A few words about who we are and what we do. As I said, I'm from Linkways. Linkways is the leading performance marketing agency in Southeast Europe. We've got offices in Athens and Istanbul. And our new subdivision, as I said, is the Linkways Travel Network. Now, What is performance marketing? Very briefly, performance marketing is online marketing where you only have to pay based on performance. So with the clients we work with, and we work with the major travel clients, at least in Greece, major OTAs like Pama Diakopes, Petas, Air Tickets, GR Travel Plan 24, Aegean Airlines, all the major travel players in Greece. We advertise them online, and we only charge them based on the results that we bring to them, which is usually sales. So, for example, for any sale that we bring to Aegean Airlines, they only pay based on that sale. We're also a business unit of Adcom. Adcom is the leading web development agency in Greece, and most of the technologies I showed you before, like mobile applications, geolocation, augmented reality, we've created applications for many of our clients. So, thank you very much for your time. I hope it was interesting for most of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. There is a Greek song. It was a great hit during the 70s, and it still remains a hit. Its title is A Bit of Wine, A Bit of Sea, and My Boyfriend. If you are Greek, you remember it. This was the model on which the Greek touristic product was based during the last decades. Sun, sea, fun, wine, ouzo, sirtaki, mouzaka, souvlaki, kamaki. This model was really successful, really successful. But last year, not now, not in 2013. Thus, the basic question is how Greece can relaunch its touristic product. And in my opinion, Greece should take advantage of too many things. But in this panel, we will discuss how Greece will go back to the future. How Greece could focus on the cultural wealth of the region and the new trends in preservation, promotion, and sustainable development of the cultural heritage. So, we're going to discuss this topic with Ms. Barbara Avdis, as chairman of the Historic Hotels of the World. Ms. Avdis. With Ms. Nikki White, Head of Destinations and Sustainability of the ABTA, of the Travel Association. Ms. White. With Mr. John Balakakis, President of the Aegean Routes, Mr. Balakakis. And with the General Manager of K2 SmartJet, Mr. Konstantin Dzembelikos. So, we would have with us also the General Secretary of the Ministry of Culture, Ms. Dr. Lina Mendoni, but she can't be with us. So she has sent us 6 pages of a small speech. I will try to, as I took it right now, I will try to say some things in behalf of Ms. Mendoni, in Greek, στα ελληνικά, διότι είναι μια ομιλία, δεν έχω προλάβει να τη μεταφράσω. Λοιπόν, η κυρία Μενδώνη λέει ότι ο πολιτισμός είναι οικονομία και ότι αυτή η πρόταση συνοψίζει την προσέγγιση μεγάλων διεθνών οργανισμών όπως η UNESCO, η Παγκόσμια Τράπεζα και ο Οργανισμός για την Οικονομική Ανάπτυξη και Συνεργασία. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό τοποθετούνται και οι εφαρμοζόμενες από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πολιτικές, ιδιαίτερα εν ώψη της εξειδίκευσης στρατηγικής για την Ευρώπη 2020 για μια έξυπνη, διατηρήσιμη και δίχως αποκλεισμούς ανάπτυξη, και προσθέτει ότι ο πολιτιστικός και δημιουργικός τομέας σχετίζεται άμεσα με τη δημιουργία των κατάλληλων προϋποθέσεων για την ανάπτυξη του πολιτιστικού τουρισμού, καθώς σε μια οικονομία των εμπειριών προσφέρει τις εμπειρίες εκείνες που εμπλουτίζουν και διαφοροποιούν το τουριστικό προϊόν. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό δίδεται ιδιαίτερη έμφαση από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή στην πλήρη αξιοποίηση των πόρων που συνιστούν το λεγόμενο πολιτισμικό κεφάλαιο, ώστε να δημιουργηθεί υψηλή προστιθέμενη αξία και πολλαπλασιαστικά αποτελέσματα με τις σχετιζόμενες με τον πολιτισμό εξωτερικές οικονομίες. Και συνοψίζει η κυρία Μενδώνη λέγοντας ότι το πλούσιο πολιτισμικό απόθεμα της Ελλάδας προσφέρεται για την περαιτέρω προώθηση αναπτυξιακών πρωτοβουλειών στον τομέα του πολιτιστικού τουρισμού, σε συνδυασμό με την ανάπλαση επιβαρημένων αστικών κέντρων και την αναζωογόνηση απομακρυσμένων ορεινών και νησιωτικών περιοχών, συμβάλλοντας με τον τρόπο αυτό στην τόνωση της αγοράς εργασίας αλλά και στην εξάλληψη των οικονομικοκοινωνικών ανισοτήτων που εντείνονται από την τρέχουσα κρίση.
So we are ready to start. You all have...
Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask you if anyone has visited a hotel of this style in the past. And if you have ever visited such a hotel, have you ever considered the history and the culture that lies behind those walls? I would like to present you today the Historic Hotels of Europe organization, the European umbrella that was established a little bit more than 10 years ago to promote like-minded hoteliers and hotel networks in Europe. Historic Hotels of Europe cares about history and about preserving the cultural heritage for the next generation. We are a non-for-profit organization that groups together 17 European countries under one quality umbrella. We may be historic, but we are very dynamic. We represent a little bit more than 600 hotels located in castles, palaces, monasteries, and villas. And we do our best to make sure that these hotels will remain alive. This means that we have a dynamic approach and a very competitive status within the international hospitality industry in order to safeguard the longevity of our hotels. As guardians of the stories and places of the past, and excellent host of the present, our vision is to treasure our history and to preserve our history. Our mission is to create a lasting memory for a unique Europe, both of the past and of the present. Our goal is to bring business to the hotels, thus to ensure the economic growth of both the hotels and the community that surrounds the hotel, because we firmly believe that these two stakeholders should be and are strongly interlinked and interrelated. What is the major approach that we adopt? We want to make sure that we stay true to the area where the hotels are located. An area represents for us a significant component in the cultural, the heritage, and the tourism infrastructure. Therefore, each area has a different thematic story. Now, what is a historic hotel? It's a hotel that operates within a building of a historical significance for the area and the heritage that it belongs. Each historic hotel for us is a living heritage site. We believe that there is no single asset more important and more valuable for a hotel than its own history. The history of the locale and the history of its guests. Or in other words, as we say in Historic Hotels of Europe, a story to tell. Now let's move into some figures. Surveys show that historic hotels achieve a higher occupancy rate than their competitive market. We need to take into consideration that 81% of travelers choose their travel destination based at least on one of the factors being culture, or else arts, history, or another heritage activity. The heritage tourists visit twice as many places and spend more money per stay. Thus, the economic and the social impact for the local economy and the surrounding community is greater. Tourism generates revenues for the entire community, which in turn is reinvested back to the community, thus providing the necessary funds for the community to operate and grow and remain competitive in the global environment. Another aspect is that if we bring tourism at the culture side, this raises the cultural awareness of the local economy, which is so significant in today's environment. The hotels, they are responsible to attract visitors, but they stay for more than just one-night visit. So by building a strong relationship between tourism and culture at a broader approach, we create the base for a good and sustainable growth. With this process, both partners are mutually beneficial, and they have a strong incentive to invest in the competitiveness of their destination. Now, I would like to present to you two very specific examples of historic hotels, of the 600 hotels that we have in Europe, in order to show you how we work and how we believe that the community is strongly related to the hotels. Now, I have taken two examples. One example is a landmark hotel in Switzerland that was built to be a hotel, and another example is an abandoned building in Crete, in Greece, that was revitalized and now is being reused for a new purpose, a hotel. Looking at the Waldhaus in Sils Maria and St. Moritz in Switzerland, this is a landmark hotel that was built in 1908 and ever since belongs to the same family. 5 generations of hoteliers, 5 generations of people who take care of their hotel. I can tell you that this hotel is an active member of their local community today. It has survived 2 world wars, and it has remained true to their heritage and the traditions of the area. This is a hotel that throughout the century, it has become part of the community, part of the culture of the community. It has helped to grow the community because they appreciate the culture and the history around the community in order to build a sustainable future. So our scope is that by appreciating history, this is a tool to build a good and sustainable future. If we look at the other example I brought to you today, is the Kapsaliana village, which is located in Crete. This is a magnificent example of a revitalized and reused building for a new purpose. Kapsaliana used to be the olive oil factory of the monastery of Arcadi in the Middle Ages. It has become the dream of a very inspired architect to give life back to this monument and to make it, turn it into a hotel. This is a building that was abandoned for almost 100 years. And with dedication to the heritage and to the specific historic characteristics, the owners are now committed to give a living memory of the past through its hospitality character. So this is what this building has become today. What is important is not only to create a beautiful hotel with excellent accommodation and fine service, but also to have apparent the role of the history of the building throughout the stay of the guest. So the role of the olive oil in the past, its symbolism, its importance in the religion, in the culture of Crete, of the island of Crete, the Cretan diet and the art, this is apparent throughout the building for the guests when they stay. With these two examples, I wanted to raise to you your attention that if we go back to the mission of the historic hotels of Europe, is that by taking care of the heritage within the tourism industry, we bring value not only to a distinctive hotel, but also to the entire community. Authenticity and thematic approach. We believe that this is the key. We have a thematic approach to our guests. Not only history, hotels today, they're targeting the experiential travelers that are interested in the geoposition of their selected accommodation. They want to experience the life of the locals, and they want to see, to awaken their senses. Historic hotels may be historic, but we look bravely into the future of tourism, as we have been doing for so many generations. No matter in which technological era we live in, or how the market has evolved, we also evolve. There's one principal factor about tourism that remains always unchanged. Tourism is about people, and tourism is about emotion. Tourism touches our heart, and no high-tech tool can touch the heart as tourism can do. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to share with you the experience of the historic hotels of Europe and discuss with you later on. Our hoteliers, I wanted to present to you our hotels and hoteliers that are proud guardians of the past and excellent hosts of the present and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avdis. Ms. Nikki White, Head of Destination Sustainability of the Travel Association, APTA.
Well, good morning. I think it's still morning, actually, probably just going into afternoon now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here in Athens. It's actually my first time here, though I have to say, not my first time in Greece. It has held a special place. I realised that it was actually, just thinking about it yesterday, the first holiday that I had when I finished my hotel and catering degree was actually in Greece. And then just before I started at ABTA, about 4 years ago, I actually prepared myself with a calming holiday in Crete. So it obviously has a special resonance being here. It's a pleasure talking to you about Greece and the surrounding region, as it's been a long favourite for the UK market. I'll talk a little bit about the statistics in terms of the numbers that are coming from the UK to Greece and the surrounding regions. I think it's important to understand the context and all the challenges that we've been through, how it is staying a very strong market. We are, as ABTA, the leading trade association in the UK. Just the context, so you understand where I'm coming from. Traditionally associated with the mass market. So if you think about our members, they're the leading tour operators such as Thomas Cook, TUI, right through to much smaller family-owned brands like Sunville, who very much specialise in this area. We work with a number of different tour operators. You can see over 787 tour operators. Some of those are, I said, mass market, looking at all different areas, but others are, said, very specialist and working at the luxury end of the market. You see there the size of spend that we account for in terms of the market. Substantial amounts there. People have got money to spend, and they are spending. In Greece this year, the summer is looking quite strong. The figures aren't finalised for this year, but we're looking around 1,020,000 visitors from the UK. So still holding strong around just over that million mark. So here, I said, it's a strong market, but predominantly it has been more so for the mass market rather than the luxury market. And when we think about cultural heritage and the, sort of the links there, I'm actually not going to sort of focus just on that as a niche product, but look at sustainable development, look at all the elements that said make up tourism, and the cultural heritage is just such an integral part of what Greece actually has to offer. I'd like to take only the next few minutes, I know we're tight on schedule, to highlight how the UK industry is working on this core element of sustainable development and why it's so important to tour operators and the destinations that they're working with. This can very much link then to the promotion of Greece, the region, and this link to cultural heritage. When you think about it, the culture and heritage of this region has contributed enormously to today's world. And therefore your cultural heritage is very much alive across the world. But how does that actually help the tourism product? How do we bring that out and use those core elements of what Greece is about to really engage those other audiences at the luxury end? And what can we learn from some of the other destinations who have faced some of those changes, particularly around sustainable development, and actually take that across to what you're doing here? This slide here demonstrates how we work with our members, our destinations and customers from a sustainability point of view. I would like to stress, from our point of view, sustainability or sustainable tourism, it's not a type of tourism. We hear sometimes about ecotourism or the cultural heritage tourism, but actually we're saying that sustainability comes through all stages of tourism. It should be looked at in every product type, and it should be looked at in every stage of tourism planning. And you can see here some of the key areas that, if we take the middle one, destinations. What is it that destinations need working with the travel industry? Well, they need that brand and value management. Whatever it is that you're going to promote, whichever markets you're looking at, it's making sure that you get those right messages and have that appeal for your destination, using what you actually have in the destination rather than trying to create something that doesn't quite fit the market that you're trying to attract. And we see people do that and focus on very niche elements of sustainability, which actually goes horribly wrong in some cases. From our members' point of view, one of the top priorities there, we've seen that a couple of times yesterday about health and safety, but it's key in terms of customers wanting to feel safe in a destination. And I think despite all the issues over the last few years, the UK traveller has shown that they are very resistant and they will keep travelling regardless of what is going on around the world. Also around the legal and regulatory compliance, it was very positive to hear yesterday from the ministers that the framework here is moving on and that it's becoming, the national infrastructure is becoming a focus, because it certainly has been a challenge over the years in terms of some of the infrastructure issues. And then looking to the customer point of view and really coming into the subject of this area, what they want is the basics, ticking those off, keeping safe and healthy on holiday. They want to know if something does go wrong and they're in a destination that they'll get that support. And then looking at their product choices, they really want those good, authentic holiday experiences. And authentic is a word we're hearing more and more now. It's coming back to what the destination is truly about and offering that in the core of your product. This here is the plan that ABTA has been working to develop what we believe will be a successful tourism industry. And we think, what does that actually look like? Well, if you take each of these pieces here of this plan, we wouldn't have a sustainable tourism industry. It's been a challenge, I would say, since we developed this plan. We went into about 2 years of crisis of worldwide issues going on, but tourism does hold strong during that. And I'll just use a few examples around this plan to show the kind of things that we're looking for with destinations and growing the type of product that they would have and the sustainability issues that come through. So on the quality product, what we're talking about there is about your infrastructure. If you're developing new areas, new types of products, if you're attracting that luxury audience, is the experience from arrival at the airport through to the drive along whichever road they may take, right through to the property they arrive at, is that whole part a luxury experience? Or are only some parts of it? Because if you start to challenge any of those, when people go away, it won't be with the overall impression of a quality product. And then from a sustainability point of view, be surprised at the amount of people that land in particular airports, and then the first part of the drive to the airport, to the hotel, actually is through very challenging areas, shall we say. I know that from the UK as well. But there's particular countries I think of where one of the first things you see is the waste piled up high across the roads because they haven't got the national infrastructure to cope with the recycling. So support structures are being put in for hotels to manage the recycling, to work on their environmental challenges, but then it falls down at the national level, and that can seriously impact the impression of a country or a destination. In terms of the confident customers, this is really key for people to feel confident in the product that they're buying, that they're feeling that they're buying from an ethical brand, and that they're going to a destination that cares about them as a tourist. And so particularly at the luxury end of the market, this really comes through. So some of the things that are important to them, it's about quality ratings. We've talked a lot about the 4 or 5 star over the last couple of days, but it's really looking at, are you delivering consistently against those promises of a 4 or 5 star rating? That service we've talked about, that quality, is it coming through consistently through every part of the experience that the customer has? We've seen an awful lot from the technology side this morning about that power of friends and influence of others. Are they getting different messages to the ones that you're putting out? Can customers really feel confident in what they're seeing from your website and the promises that you're making through to what other people are actually saying about that? Because it's becoming more and more evident, particularly from, said the UK, that people are far more interested in what their friends say than they are a corporate website. And I think it's really important to note the differences within the luxury market. There's very, very strong evidence that there is not one homogeneous luxury audience. Within there, they break down. We heard from Chris yesterday about the adventure traveller. There's a luxury market within there, but not everybody necessarily wants that. So it's understanding that they said there is not one luxury audience we're talking to. Think about the different audiences you're attracting and what they want from luxury. The other 2 elements I really wanted to focus on here are thriving destinations and responsibility in a finite world. This is the core of our plan around sustainability. And what we're saying here is that you can't really have a successful tourism industry if you're not addressing these as part of the overall planning. A key thing about the cultural heritage, very much the thing that it can deliver, is a sense of place. And we've seen more and more how people want that essence of a destination. They want to feel they've been to a particular place rather than just any other sort of white labelled destination. Might have the sun and the sea, that's core to it. But what about that real sense of place that they can go away and say, I understand the cultural heritage of the place. They wouldn't necessarily use these terms, but they say, I feel like I understand that destination. And the environmental part is key to that. It's thinking about the cultural heritage, the natural environment around that. They shouldn't be thought of separately. It should all be put together in the planning. We know that we can't be all things to all people. And again, it was great to see some examples of the hotels there that really bring out that difference and that special sense of the destination. So it's going back to the planning and saying, what can we bring out? What is the local distinctiveness that people want? And how can you tie that into the pride of the community? Because one of the core essences of thriving destinations is making sure that the people who live in those communities actually have that same sense of pride, so that the quality of that product is delivered throughout, and that there's a receptiveness to tourism, and that tourism is actually helping local communities, rather than actually being this tension in some destinations that we see where tourism is not welcome because it's been badly planned. And to that point, whatever we can manage, whatever is within a plan, we know that it can be sustained if it's managed. But if it's not managed, that sustained part falls down. In terms of collaboration, I just wanted to make a point here around responsibility in a finite world. It's very challenging, some of these issues about sustainable development, and I think some people in some destinations that I visit say, we don't know where to start, so it almost gets put to the side rather than actually addressing some of the challenging social issues, particularly around things like child protection. They're subjects that we weren't even talking about a year or so ago, but they're really starting to come through now. And in the UK, we've actually come together. We have a committee of the leading tour operators coming and sitting together, talking about issues around sustainability. And through that collaboration on what we see as non-competitive issues, we've actually seen some real end results coming through. And I think collaboration is one of the themes of this conference, and it's so powerful in terms of getting the right people together to talk about challenges. And Turkey, for example, has really embraced us going to talk to them about water issues and the type of products that we're putting in there. And water is so intensive in this industry, and there are challenges, as we know, in Turkey with water. But as the leading tour operators coming together with local representatives, with different people from different authorities on the ground, we started to map out how we can actually tackle some of these issues. But without bringing those difficult voices together and trying to do it in isolation, that wouldn't have happened. Likewise, on this part about rewarding jobs, towards my last point about what you have here in the service delivery, rewarding jobs and the skills that need to go with developing a luxury product. Is there actually a national delivery of skills? Have you actually set out that plan of how you can get that pride in hospitality and that clear, consistent application of quality at different levels? It's one of the things that you can have all the surroundings, the fantastic properties, but if the skills and the quality of the service falls down, it certainly won't seem like it's a five-star experience. What's key when you're developing any kind of new market or thinking about different customers is understanding your particular challenges in a different area. And every different area will have different sustainable development challenges. I just put this one up here as an example of a destination we were working with. In the middle, you have that sense of a luxury product, lovely five-star hotel offering all the facilities. But the training of the staff was, I have to say, diabolical. The service was a real letdown, but they have now started working at a national level to implement core standards in terms of what it means to be a 4 or 5-star hotel in terms of the quality of delivery. And then looking at all the other aspects, like the waste, for example. That's not the first and last thing that you want to see as you enter the airport. So thinking about the different areas that you work in, thinking about the different regions that can be developed and the cultural heritage that's brought out, what are the other aspects of sustainability that touch on those, rather than just focusing very, very narrowly on the specific cultural heritage aspect. And the last point to leave you on is about collaboration again, and some of the issues that we can work on as an industry across the globe. It's a slightly strange role as a trade association, but we can work with destinations supplying information about consumer trends, about industry performance, and experiences that we've had in other countries. There's a lot of challenges ahead. We look at just the aspect of what happens in a hotel, but we also have the issue of excursions. So what happens there? Are they sustainable? Are you taking people in volume to a place and letting down the experience of the rest of the five-star experience? How do we make more of customs and cultures so people actually understand the destination that they're in and don't feel that they've just come away thinking, not actually sure which country I was in because I've got no sense of that place? And then how can we link to the infrastructure issues? We've had some challenges working in this region before, but it's good to see that is developing now because right across the infrastructure from airports to roads, that's all part of this experience you're offering. And then finally, looking at things like resource impacts, really thinking about the sustainable development picture. Where are you having the main impacts? Will you still be able to, if you're having water challenges, be able to offer that sort of luxury five-star experiences with spas if it's a real issue that you're taking water away from local communities? So some of those things might sound a little bit negative, but actually when you start to come together and talk about them, there are solutions out there that can be worked on. That perception of luxury is changing and sustainable development really needs to weave through that. It's not just about that five-star hotel experience anymore. It's thinking about the service that goes with it and the communities and people wanting to know that they're making an ethical, responsible choice with those holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Giannis Balakakis, President of Geo Roots.
Ladies and gentlemen, kalimera. Cultural tourism nowadays requires all to be different, authentic and creative. To this extent, as a respect to the cultural heritage of Greece, to the matters my speech will be involved, please allow me, I would like to have your permission to have my speech in Greek. Λοιπόν, θα ήθελα βασικά να ξεκινήσω την παρουσίαση με μια βασική παρατήρηση, η οποία θα μας οδηγήσει, θα μας φέρει πρώτα απ' όλα από πού ξεκίνησε, με ποιο τρόπο ξεκίνησε, πώς δημιουργήθηκε και τι κατέληξε τελικά να είναι αυτό που σήμερα έχουμε να κάνουμε με τα πολιτιστικά οδηπορικά, τα GeoRoute. Όλοι οι ομιλητές έχουν τονίσει στη διάρκεια αυτού του συνεδρίου την ανάγκη να υπάρχει η μέγιστη δυνατή ενδυνάμωση ενός προϊόντος. Είτε αυτό το προϊόν αφορά ένα ξενοδοχείο, είτε αφορά μια επιχείρηση, έναν φορέα, μια περιφέρεια, αλλά και ένα κράτος ολόκληρο. Για μας, αυτό το οποίο σχετίζεται με τα GeoRoute ξεκίνησε πριν από κάποια χρόνια, όταν δεχόμασταν την πρόκληση από συνεργάτες κατά κανόνα από το εξωτερικό, οι οποίοι αυτό το πράγμα, το οποίο μονίμως μας λέγανε, είναι ότι όταν θα μιλήσουμε για την Ελλάδα, τι έχετε να μας πείτε, τι καινούριο έχετε να μας πείτε, τι καινούριο έχετε να μας παρουσιάσετε. Αυτό φυσικά ήταν από μόνο του μία πρόκληση και φυσικά οι επαγγελματίες στον τουρισμό, κανένας μας δεν μπορεί από μόνος του να καταφέρει να δημιουργήσει την εικόνα για κάποια πράγματα, αλλά τουλάχιστον εμείς αυτό το πράγμα το οποίο θελήσαμε να κάνουμε ήταν να ψάξουμε λίγο βαθύτερα και να δούμε με ποιο τρόπο θα μπορούσαμε κάποια στιγμή να έρθουμε να παρουσιάσουμε κάτι ξεχωριστό, τουλάχιστον για τις απαιτήσεις αυτών των ανθρώπων και δει από το εξωτερικό. Έτσι λοιπόν πήγαμε πίσω και ψάξαμε τα αρχεία τα οποία έχουν να κάνουν με την προβολή της τουριστικής εικόνας της χώρας μας. Οι αφήσεις οι οποίες βλέπετε είναι αυτές οι οποίες παρουσιάζουν τα τελευταία 100 χρόνια την εικόνα με την οποία προβάλλεται ο τόπος μας και είναι οι αφήσεις εκείνες που έκανε την επικοινωνιακή, τουριστική, πολιτική ο Οργανισμός Τουρισμού της Ελλάδας. Και βλέποντάς το λοιπόν αυτό, παρατηρούμε ένα πράγμα, ότι για 100 χρόνια συνέχεια η εικόνα της χώρας μας είναι ακριβώς η ίδια. Οπότε τελικά ξεκινάει το εξής ερώτημα. Μήπως τελικά έχουν δίκιο όταν μιλάμε ότι για μια Ελλάδα η οποία έχει να κάνει με όλο αυτό το πλούτο της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς που διαθέτει, που είναι 5.000 χρόνια ιστορίας σε όλους τους τομείς, μήπως τελικά έχουν δίκιο όταν μιλάμε για τα ίδια και τα ίδια. Έτσι λοιπόν, υπήρξε η βασική αφορμή προκειμένου να ξεκινήσουμε μία ομάδα ανθρώπων, συνεργατών, για κερδοσκοπικό σκοπό αρχικά, να κάνουμε ένα start-up, να προσπαθούμε να δημιουργήσουμε κάτι το οποίο, ας πούμε, στις αγορές αυτές του εξωτερικού που συνεργαζόμασταν, θα μπορούσε να μας δώσει μία ξεχωριστή εικόνα και να μπορέσουμε να δημιουργήσουμε μια προστιθέμενη αξία στο προϊόν που λέγεται προορισμός Ελλάδα. Πήρε 3 χρόνια περίπου η προσπάθεια αυτή μέχρι να καταλήξει και όταν κατέληξε, αυτό έγινε τέλη του 2011, αρχές 2012, πλέον τα GeoRoute παρουσιάστηκαν επισήμως και πριν παρουσιαστούν, μάλιστα, κάναμε και μία αρκετά τολμηρή τότε σκέψη, που δεν πιστεύαμε ποτέ κιόλας ότι θα τύχει, αν θέλετε, και της υποστήριξης. Θέσαμε τον πλήρη φάκελο με όλο το έργο το οποίο είχαμε δουλέψει, όλη αυτή η ομάδα των περίπου 50 ανθρώπων, τον θέσαμε υπόψη της Ελληνικής Εθνικής Επιτροπής για την UNESCO. Γνωρίζοντας πάρα πολύ απλά ότι ο συγκεκριμένος οργανισμός δεν παρέχει την αιγίδα του έτσι αβασάνιστα και μια και η προσπάθεια η οποία είχαμε καταβάλει ήταν αρκετά μεγάλη και δεν αφορούσε για ένα στιγμιαίο γεγονός, για μια στιγμιαία παρουσίαση, εκδήλωση, αλλά για μια έναη διαδικασία, ήμασταν και σίγουροι ότι δεν θα υπήρχε ποτέ η περίπτωση να τύχουμε, αν μη τι άλλο, κάποιας παραπάνω υποστήριξης. Διαψευστήκαμε γιατί η κυρία Τζιτζικώστα ήταν η πρώτη η οποία μπόρεσε και κατάλαβε το βάθος αυτού του εγχειρήματος και παρέχοντάς μας την αιγίδα της Ελληνικής Εθνικής Επιτροπής της UNESCO, παρουσιάσαμε τα GeoRoute τον Μάρτιο του 2012. Έκτοτε έχουν γίνει πολλά, κάποια πράγματα θα τα δούμε τώρα παρακάτω, για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο τα GeoRoute εννοούν την ανάπτυξη, αυτό που λέγεται των πολιτιστικών οδηπορικών της Ελλάδας, αυτό που εννοούν την προστασία ή την προβολή της πολιτιστικής της κληρονομιάς και αυτό επίσης που εννοούν τι σημαίνει αειφόρος ανάπτυξη και συνδρομή στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Αυτό λοιπόν το πράγμα το οποίο εμείς ουσιαστικά καταλήξαμε είναι ότι θέλαμε να αναδείξουμε την άλλη πλευρά της χώρας. Δεν ενδιαφερόμασταν να δείξουμε τις mainstream περιοχές, τις διαφημισμένες περιοχές. Θελήσαμε να έχουμε σαν θεματικές ενότητες και περιεχόμενο των οδηπορικών της Ελλάδας αυτό που ονομάζουμε πολιτιστική κληρονομιά. Και επίσης θελήσαμε να δημιουργήσουμε και μία βάση τέτοια που να μπορεί να μεταφέρονται τα μηνύματα της τοπικής κοινωνίας, των αναγκών της τοπικής κοινωνίας, στο κέντρο που είναι η Αθήνα και να δούμε κατά πόσον αυτά θα μπορούσαμε να τα εξυπηρετήσουμε σε προγράμματα εθελοντισμού και εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης. Στο σχεδιασμό επάνω θελήσαμε πρώτα απ' όλα να καταρτήσουμε αυτό που λέγεται θεματικές ενότητες, θεματικά κλειδιά. Για μια χώρα σαν την Ελλάδα, η οποία, όπως είπαμε και προηγουμένως, έχει αυτή τη βαριά ιστορία, το βαρύ πολιτισμό των 5.000 ετών, έπρεπε να δημιουργήσουμε θεματικές ενότητες. Ο ταξιδιώτης, ο Voyager, όπως όταν μύθοι. Όπως επίσης και για την ίδια την Αθήνα, ένας προορισμός ο οποίος πολλές φορές ακούμε ότι αξίζει να είναι ένας city break, και βεβαίως αξίζει, έχει εξαιρετικές δυνατότητες. Αυτό το οποίο θελήσαμε, ακόμα και την ίδια την Ακρόπολη, ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα μνημεία της ανθρωπότητας, θελήσαμε να το παρουσιάσουμε σαν μηχανική του Παρθενώνα, από το πώς δηλαδή γίνεται η το μάρμαρο στο Πεντελικό, μέχρι πώς φτάνει για να δημιουργηθεί αυτό το μνημείο. Όλα λοιπόν αυτά ήταν τα στοιχεία τα οποία έπρεπε να δημιουργήσουμε, κοινώς τους μύθους των τόπων ή έστω και τους μύθους των προγραμμάτων, ας το πούμε τουριστικά, να μπορέσουμε λοιπόν να ακουμπήσουμε αυτές τις άλλες πλευρές και με μια τελείως διαφορετική οπτική γωνία την Ελλάδα μας. Και φυσικά αυτό που ήταν πάρα πολύ σημαντικό είναι αυτό που λέγεται εμπειρία. Γιατί η εμπειρία σήμερα, κατά την άποψή μας, είναι αυτό το οποίο απαιτεί ο επισκέπτης, ο ταξιδιώτης, ο οποίος θα έχει έρθει όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και πιστεύω οπουδήποτε στον κόσμο, και όπως ακούσαμε και προηγουμένως και χάρηκα πάρα πολύ, είναι ότι και μέσα από αυτή την τεχνολογία των smartphones, αυτό που λέγεται experiences είναι αυτό το οποίο σήμερα όλο και περισσότερο ο ξένος, ο επισκέπτης αναζητά. Αυτές λοιπόν οι εμπειρίες, οι οποίες μπορεί να έχουν, όπως η κυρία που είδαμε πριν στη φωτογραφία, που έχει να κάνει με το άνοιγμα του φύλου, που είναι η πομάκικη κουλτούρα, ή η συγκεκριμένη εικόνα, ο Μπαρμπασπύρος, ο οποίος είναι 90 ετών στην Δημητσάνα, ο οποίος ήταν ο πρώτος ταξιτζής, ας πούμε, στην περιοχή της Γορτινίας, ο οποίος μπορεί να επικοινωνήσει την προφορική ιστορία του τόπου του και που όταν αυτός ο άνθρωπος χαθεί, ενδεχομένως θα χαθεί και αυτή η ιστορία μαζί. Αυτό για μας ήταν από τα πολύ σημαντικά κομμάτια που να μπορεί να υπάρχει αυτή ακριβώς η διάδραση του επισκέπτη μαζί με την τοπική κοινωνία. Και αυτό το πράγμα σε ένα πάρα πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό μπόρεσε να επιτευχθεί από την συμβολή και τη συνδρομή τόσο των τοπικών ανθρώπων, όσο των τοπικών πολιτιστικών συλλόγων, οι οποίοι σε ένα πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό, σε όποιο διπορικό έχει δημιουργηθεί στην Ελλάδα, είναι αρρωγοί και συνεργάτες μας. Ένα άλλο κομμάτι, επίσης, είπαμε πριν ότι είναι αυτό που σχετίζεται με το CSR. Το sustainability, σίγουρα σε μια χώρα η οποία εκτός από την περίοδο τώρα που βρισκόμαστε, που είναι μια περίοδος κρίσης, πάντα οι τοπικές κοινωνίες σε περιοχές όπως μπορεί να είναι ο Γράμμος ή μπορεί να είναι οι Πρέσπες κτλ. Πάντα είχαν κάποια θέματα. Εμείς λοιπόν επίσης δημιουργήσαμε και έναν ακόμα θεσμό, αυτό που λέγεται ο Active Voyager, το οποίο εννοεί ότι ο συμμετέχον σε ένα οδηπορικό στην Ελλάδα έχει τη δυνατότητα να μπορέσει να μεταφέρει τα μηνύματα τα οποία αντιλαμβάνεται με τα δικά του τα μάτια και στη συνέχεια εμείς να προσπαθήσουμε μέσω των συνεργαζομένων φορέων, επιχειρήσεων και του δικτύου εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης, το οποίο είναι συνεργάτης μας, να δούμε κατά πόσο μπορούμε να ικανοποιήσουμε αυτές τις ανάγκες. Και για να μπορέσει να κλείσει όλο αυτό το έργο, έπρεπε σίγουρα ως αναγνώριση εκείνων που προσέφεραν κάτι στον τόπο αυτό, πολιτισμό, κοινωνία ή περιβάλλον, να μπορούν να έχουν τη δυνατότητα μιας τιμητικής διάκρισης από την ίδια την Ελληνική Εθνική Επιτροπή για την UNESCO για το έργο το οποίο έχουν επιτελέσει. Αυτό λοιπόν ξεκίνησε κάποια στιγμή σαν ένα όνειρο και όλη αυτή την ώρα προσπάθησα να σας μεταφέρω αυτό το όνειρο, να σας κάνω κοινωνούς αυτού του ονείρου, το οποίο διήρκησε αρκετό καιρό. Από ένα μικρό πραγματάκι στην αρχή άρχισε να μεγαλώνει σιγά σιγά. Θεωρούμε ακόμα ότι έχουμε μια τεράστια δουλειά, μια τεράστια πορεία μπροστά μας. Το μικρό έγινε λίγο πιο μεγάλο, αυτό είναι αλήθεια. Πλέον έχει μετατροπεί σε μη κυβερνητική και μη κερδοσκοπική οργάνωση, γιατί ο σκοπός είναι να μπορεί να συνεχίσει να παράγει συνέχεια νέα πράγματα για την Ελλάδα. Είναι λοιπόν μια πάρα πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια, ένα όνειρο λοιπόν το οποίο συνεχώς βρίσκει σάρκα και οστά, και αυτό το πράγμα λοιπόν το οποίο σίγουρα μοιράζομαι μαζί σας από αυτό το βήμα με κάνει να είμαι και πάρα πολύ χαρούμενος και πάρα πολύ περήφανος που το μοιράζομαι μαζί σας, και τουλάχιστον με τη νέα μας σημαία, το Our Greece Globally Yours, είναι η σημαία εκείνη η οποία στο μέλλον θα προσπαθούμε να επικοινωνούμε την Ελλάδα μας, και η αρχή θα γίνει από την ερχόμενη εβδομάδα με το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών και την Ελληνική Εθνική Επιτροπή για την UNESCO, που έχουμε καλεσμένους τις ξένες αντιπροσωπείες και το διπλωματικό σώμα για να τους μιλήσουμε για τα GeoRoute. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you, Mr. Balakakis. And last but not least, Mr. Konstantin Tsemberlikos, General Manager of K2 SmartJets.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to present to you a very unconventional, let's say, or underestimated means of transportation, which is finding new purpose in today's 21st century travel environment, and specifically for the luxury travel environment, what I like to call revival of the seaplane. And in doing so, of course, we're going to look at Greece as a case study for this, which is a very timely discussion because just recently the Greek government has passed a very critical piece of legislation, which is just in April actually, which is paving the way for efficient, viable, and sustainable seaplane development and operations throughout Greece. And of course, this wouldn't have been able to have been achieved without the willingness of the government to effect change and fundamental changes in this country, and of course, very strong advocates for change in Greece and specifically for seaplanes, as is of course the Canadian ambassador, which I'm not surprised to see here with us today. And I thank all these people, of course, for making and pushing for these fundamental changes in this country. So let's take a look at what a luxury seaplane looks like. Well, about 70 years ago, it looked something like this. This is an Italian seaplane which was targeted towards exactly what we're discussing today, the luxury traveler. And it featured nothing less than 9 wings, 8 engines, and a gourmet restaurant inside it. I think you will all agree with me today that we will have a hard time selling tickets on one of these contraptions. And it was, of course, for transcontinental flight. So what do we get to pick from today in terms of seaplanes? Well, believe it or not, there are over 862 seaplane designs that have been made in the last century. And I think most of us probably can't name any but a very few of these today. In fact, I'm very interested to see, because I think in this audience I could safely assume that everyone has flown in an airplane, but let's have a show of hands of how many people have actually flown in a seaplane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe? Not surprising. I think it's going to make my life a little more difficult to try to convince and make believers out of the rest of you that the seaplane is something of interest for the luxury traveler. So let's look at what modern seaplanes look like today. This is a typical seaplane, very popular today. It's the Cessna Caravan. Carries around 10 people. And of course, it comes with very nice VIP interiors. Dornier Sea Star is another effort for using modern-day technology. It's an all-composite aircraft that's been certified. It's not in production yet, but it's aiming towards bringing new technology into this sector. And of course, we have the workhorse and the flagship of seaplanes, which is based on a very strong Canadian heritage in seaplanes and float planes, of course. It's the Twin Otter. This is an aircraft that was actually designed in the 60s. There was over 800 of them built, and about 600 of them still fly today. And with very nice interiors if you like to. A very clever person, David Curtis, which is the CEO of Viking Air in Canada, made a very interesting move. He purchased the rights for this airplane in 2007 and put it back into production by 2010. He sold, actually not sold, he's delivered already more than 30 of these aircraft, and he's backlogged well into 2015. And there's a very good reason why Mr. Curtis is a very clever and interesting person. because he recognized something that I'm going to point out to you here. Boeing 737 is an aircraft that many of you, I'm sure, have flown, and in 1970, you could buy one brand new for about $3 million, which in today's dollars are about $18 million. If we went on the market today, you could pick a 1970 model 737 for about $250,000 if you had it. The Twin Otter, on the other hand, sold for about $460,000 in 1970, which is equivalent to 2.7 million today. But if you wanted to buy a 1970 Twin Otter today, you would have to fork out about 2.6 million. So that's pretty good residual value, if you ask me. And I think at this point, everyone in this room is wondering why our cars don't have that kind of a residual value. So let's look at Greece. Greece is not new to seaplanes. In fact, this is a photograph from the harbor in Falliro that had a very unique route, scheduled route between Falliro and Constantinople in the 1920s. And of course, it was serving the luxury traveler, because at the time, only the luxury traveler could really afford to use air as a means of transportation. And of course, we have another one here in Corfu, which was connected with Italian seaplanes through to Italy. So not a foreign concept for Greece. Here we're going to talk about a brave attempt. Some of you may know this. Air Sea Lines, which started to try to establish seaplane operation in Greece in 2005, and unfortunately has all but disappeared. And the reason it disappeared is because at the time the government did not recognize the importance of having legislation and infrastructure in this country, and it didn't also value foreign investment or even local investment in projects like this. Thankfully, this is changing dramatically today, and they're opening the way for a new way of thinking. So why seaplanes? Accessibility and experiences. This is what is important to the luxury traveler, especially when it comes to transportation. Accessibility, of course, because we're finding in this business of luxury travel, and company that we have, K2 Smart Jets, has been doing this for 7 years with private jets. We find that they want to get to from point A to point B as quickly as possible and with the least amount of effort as possible. And of course, have an experience along the way. So if we look at this little map for a moment, this is showing accessibility versus economic performance. And the areas that are in blue are areas that are underperforming because they lack all modes of accessibility, not just air. And because this is the Mediterranean luxury travel summit, we can, of course, extend our view to the rest of the Mediterranean here, which is also painted in blue. Now, the seaplane, of course, is one part of a solution for that. We could reconnect and bring accessibility into those areas that are shaded in blue, and hence increase the productivity. So what does that mean for, let's say, Greece, which is one of our case studies? We need to have seamless connectivity for these luxury travelers. But this map, we cannot make ourselves. We need to draw these lines on a blank sheet of paper. And what does that really mean? That means that industry, luxury industry, has to work together hand in hand. It makes no sense for someone to open up an airline and decide where he's going to go, and a hotel to pick a nice, beautiful spot with a view and decide, are the customers going to come? We need to integrate ourselves into a common strategy, especially for the luxury traveler. So who are we looking to serve with a seaplane operation? Luxury hotels, cruise ships and sightseeing, adventures and theme travel. And for those of you in doubt, that does not mean we're going to have Zorba the Greek dancing on the pier while we're pushing off a seaplane. And of course, scheduled services. And I just wanted to point out there as well that the seaplane, apart from having these very value-added things for the luxury traveler, has a lot of other socio-economic advantages, such as medical transport, search and rescue, firefighting, and other niche businesses, which are very important when you develop this kind of a network. So what's happening around the world? You know, we could use precedent to try to structure what's happening. Australia, experience. Come and experience the barrier reef. You could see it from above, you could dive in and snorkel, an experience. Unique. They're doing the same thing in the Florida Keys. Dubai. Dubai has a coastline, and yet they're effectively using and doing great business by using the seaplane as a tourist attraction for the luxury traveler, and particularly from the cruise ship industry. Sounds surprising? Maybe not. Maldives, of course, which many of you know, is a very unique area, has been using seaplanes for a very long time. But here it's more about accessibility. I mean, really, we could use ships and boats to move people around, to get them to the luxury destination, but you could do it in 10 minutes with a seaplane and they could see this wonderful place from the air from 500 feet. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see this from sea level. Seadrome and infrastructure. Why is this important? It costs several hundred millions of dollars or euros to build a major airport. And it costs several tens of millions of dollars to build a regional airport. How much do you think it would cost to build a seadrome? For Greece, it starts between 50,000 to 100,000 euros to establish a seadrome. So with the cost of just a regional airport on one of the islands, we can actually effectively make about 100 seadromes throughout the country. A little bit of food of thought. Of course, this is a picture from the Maldives. Canada has similar operations where they have many, many aircraft, and of course they've taken it to a completely new level, but we're not looking the likes of a major international airport to sustain this kind of an operation, as you could see here. And of course, they do have luxury lounges for the luxury passenger, overlooking the sea base operation. Another very good example is Vancouver. Yes, it too has luxury lounges. Vancouver Airport, by the way, I shouldn't say airport, the harbor in Vancouver, has around 40,000 movements of seaplanes per year. And just to give you a scale to compare that, Athens International Airport has between 170 and 200,000 movements per year. So it's a lot of activity for just a seaplane. So how many accidents have they had with seaplanes operating in a very dense environment like a harbor or port? None. How many accidents have happened between shipping vessels in the same period of time in the same port? Around 11,000. So the seaplane is a vehicle that can work very effectively and very safely in high dense environments like these ports. And it also has a much smaller ecological footprint than normal sea travel. In fact, for a similar size boat, it actually has a smaller carbon footprint and environmental impact. So there are other advantages for the eco-traveler. So this law that's been passed, 4146, is the one that was passed in April. What is this allowing us? It's paved the way for us to be able to establish seadromes within Greece. And this is what's actually being done today. We're reconnecting Greece with these facilities. And we will look at a few statistics on that in just a minute. Case study for Greece. Why do we need seaplanes in Greece? I think the answer is pretty obvious when you look at these photos. Actually, we had a visitor about a month and a half ago, and he turned around and he said to us, he was flying for the first time in Greece, and he said, as I was flying over the islands, I couldn't help but think, how is it possible that this country can be in a state of crisis? He says, the natural beauty of this country is such where, by default, it shouldn't be in a state of crisis, when other places with half as much natural beauty are prospering. And he's right. But I'm confident that all the people in this room are working towards changing that these days. So what are major seaplane operators? Major seaplane operators, a few more than these, but where are they really acting? You can see from this map, it's primarily North America, actually Canada and Australia. They've been using seaplanes as a means for luxury transport for decades. Europe used to have a lot of dots on the map, but they've disappeared. Now they're starting to reappear. Actually, with the legislation passed in Greece, there are other states that are soon going to follow to implement similar regulations and free up seaplane networking. And this will help reconnect not only Greece, but the entire Mediterranean region. So we have a little bit of work to do there. One last thing I want to take a look at. The Maldives, which we saw a bit earlier, has a similar, to some extent, geography or needs than Greece, with Greece. Both countries have just over 1,000 islands. About 220 of those are inhabited. But there's a very interesting difference here. The Maldives has 644 kilometers of shoreline. In Greece, we have 13,000. 13,000. How many airports has the Maldives invested in? 2. How many have we invested in? 39. How many seaplanes does the Maldives have? 64. We have none. There's something wrong with this picture. I think you will all agree with me. So what do we need to do to change this? Just a brief note. like one of the companies, well, the company we have that we're working with is K2 Smart Jets. We've been in the business of luxury travel with business jets for the last 7 years, and I think you will find it pleasing to find that our business was up 25% last year over the year before, and we're already 26% up this year from last year. In fact, the amount of growth that we're seeing from luxury travel demand in business jet sector is scary. We can't keep up. And we partnered up with a company called Water Airports, which is the most experienced company for establishing seedromes and licensing seedromes in Greece. And in fact, the first 6 seedromes that have been, contracts that have been awarded in Greece to this date have been awarded, we're very proud, to Water Airports. So in closing, what is the message we really need to bring across here? We need to work together, industries, the luxury industries, destinations, the experiences. We need to start to work together to form a common and a unique strategy so that we could bring the luxury traveler right to our doorstep. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gebelikos. And is there any question? I see. So I think you need a break, half an hour break, and we'll get back. Thank you very much for attending.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is afternoon and the second day of this conference, and I thought that you are the brave ones. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kostas Christ, editor-at-large of National Geographic Traveler and chairman of Tourism for Tomorrow Awards of WTTC, World Travel and Tourism Council, and very well-known editor on travel with many prizes and awards. And he is an expert in the field of sustainable tourism that he will address on the floor a speech about how sustainable tourism is transforming the global tourism. Mr. Christ, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And I guess the most important question that I want to talk with you about is, why does sustainable tourism matter? Why does it matter to all of you in this room? Why does it matter to the country of Greece? And why does it matter to what is really the cradle of the tourism industry, the Mediterranean? Because this is an area of the world in which tourism got its first strong growth. It has experienced tourism for many years, and the question is, can the Mediterranean region and can countries like Greece look forward to a better tourism future? So, why does it matter? Well, let's think about Greece for a moment. For the past few decades, Greece has traveled down the highway of mass tourism development. We heard yesterday from Chris Doyle from the Adventure Travel Trade Association. He talked a bit about mass tourism. Not only Greece, but since we're here, I'll focus on that a little bit. Some 12 to 16 million tourists visit Greece annually, even during this economic crisis period. 2011, 2012, Greece numbers, certainly from 2011 to 2012, actually went up. But think about it, 12 to 16 million tourists. I know a lot of countries in the world, and I travel for a profession and for a living. I've been now to 136 countries. So when I talk to you today, I'm talking to you from a perspective of what's happening globally in travel and tourism. So it's interesting that Greece has a large number of tourists coming, and at the same time, the average economic benefit of those tourists has declined by 10 to 15%. Your numbers are here, and perhaps going higher. The economic revenue is going lower. If you're a businessman, what's wrong with that picture? Okay? Today, the average tourist to Greece spends approximately $100 a day. Accommodation, meals, and activities. What that means is that Greece is selling its soul to gain the world of mass tourism, and in the process, paying a very high price for that. You're Greeks. Most of you, 99% of you. I'm a Greek American. I was born in the United States. My father is from Skopelos. My mother is from the southern Peloponnese. And I can guarantee that each of you have a story about traveling in Greece from the past, and you went back again years later, and you probably shook your head and you said to yourself, what happened to this place? Because a lot of Greece's most beautiful fishing villages, most iconic islands, have been replaced with concrete hotels that look alike and trinket shops selling things for a few euros here and there. Do you know, when I was in Santorini recently, I asked, where can I find an authentic taverna, a real Greek taverna? And I was told, oh, go to this particular place, go see this guy, his family's been there forever, it's really the real thing. I went and I found him by the water, it was full with tourists, and I said to him, so I was told, you're the authentic Greek taverna here in Santorini. And he said to me, no, I'm not anymore. I said, why? How can you say that? He says, you want to know why? Take a look at this. And he showed me his room full of tourists, and I looked. He says, what do you see? And this is a classic Greek thing. He says, what do you see on the table? Butter, ketchup, mayonnaise. He says, it breaks my heart to serve Greek food to tourists and I have to put ketchup and mayonnaise on it. So I spoke with the mayor of Santorini and I asked him what he thought about it. And he said to me, you know what? We Greeks here on Santorini at least are tired of tourism changing us. We want to start changing tourism. I think that's a very powerful message. So I traveled to Athens and I met some officials there. One official said to me, my God, the economic crisis, our greatest fear is that Greece is going to just become again a country of feta and olives. I thought, gee, feta and olives, I always thought that was a good thing. I actually asked Yannis Boutaris when I went up to Thessaloniki. I said, what do you think of that? He said, I think feta and olives is a great idea. It will be an improvement for our country. So, okay, we're not really talking about feta and olives, but what we're talking about is authenticity. We're talking about Greek cultural identity. We're talking about the identity of all the Mediterranean region. I can tell you right now in Portugal, north of Lisbon, where they've had big, massive developments, 1950s, 1960s, 70s, those big concrete hotels, thousands of umbrellas, giant resorts, they're ripping them down. They're ripping them down and they're trying to recreate what was once there before. Small restaurants, small places to stay, village atmosphere, a sense of authenticity. And this is not just a problem of the Mediterranean region, okay? I was speaking with President Calderon of Mexico 18 months ago, before he left office, about Cancun. Cancun was built in the 1970s, early 1970s. Cancun has 26,000 hotel rooms. And they're having the same problem in Cancun that Greece is having. The cost of those rooms is going this direction. It's going down. They're having to cut the prices, cut the prices, cut the prices. They're losing their market share. We talked about sustainable tourism, and President Calderon said to me, but Kostas, in the 1970s, nobody was talking about sustainability. What are we supposed to do now with Cancun? I said, well, don't make the mistake again. Don't make the same mistake again. So Mexico has now embarked on an entirely new tourism product on their Maya Riviera, in which sustainable tourism, and I will tell you a bit more about what that means. We've had some speakers already talk about it, and I want to go into it a little bit deeper. But they don't need to make the same mistakes again, and neither does Greece. Greece, as a country, has been humbled these last few years. It's been a very difficult time. It's also a very good time to rethink Greece's tourism model and Greece's tourism structures and what does Greece want to be in the future for tourism. You know, you have an organization, SETE. You're familiar with it. How many of you are familiar with the report that SETE issued 2 years ago that said for the last 30 years, Greece has a model of tourism that is no longer relevant to the future, and we have to adapt and change that model. The same statement could be said for other Mediterranean countries as well. So that is really what we're talking about today. And we're talking, of course, in this context of the luxury element, luxury traveler. But as we've heard a little bit about, this idea that authenticity, as I mentioned, is the new luxury. We're seeing a change in the demographic and type of traveler in the world today. So Greece is at a crossroads, and it needs to make a decision. Are they going to look to a future in an evolving kind of tourism, or are they going to cling to the old models of the past? And I think it's going to be looking to the future. Let's think about a couple of things for right now. what does tourism really sell? What does the Mediterranean really sell? In fact, what does the entire global travel and tourism industry actually sell? It sells cultural and natural heritage. Sure, you can get a nice room, which is great. You need excellent service to keep your guests happy. You want food and so on. But the truth of the matter is, the products that travel and tourism sells is cultural and natural heritage. Right outside this door, on the way in, you'll see a television monitor showing all these wonderful pictures of Greece. What are those pictures? Cultural and natural heritage. All of it. So I ask you this then, as a destination, and as businessmen in this room, what business does not invest in protecting its product? What business model does not make sure that its product will remain in supply, that its product will still be available? Because a business that doesn't think like that is a business that's going out of business. It's a business that has no long-term outlook. So what that means for the Mediterranean region is a refocusing on protecting the very product that tourists come to see here. You know, I was staying at a nearby hotel, the Orion Hotel, just in the last couple of nights. And I was standing at the front desk near the concierge, and a couple of tourists came up, and I overheard their conversation. Can you tell us where we can go to a small, like, traditional Greek place, a real Greek place, you know, like a place where they have good Greek food, maybe it's owned by a family? That is cultural and natural heritage. The minute you lose that, the minute you lose authentic tavernas, the minute you lose those fishing villages, then you're just telling stories of what Greece used to be like. But people want to experience what Greece used to be like today, and that means protecting that heritage. Let me put it another way, okay? When was the last time, those of you who are businessmen in the tourism business, when was the last time you met a traveler, a tourist on vacation who said, oh, you know what? I just went on the most wonderful vacation to a beautiful island. I laid on this. The beach was fantastic. It was covered with plastic. There was trash. I went into the water. The coral reefs were dead. There was no fish. You know, I went and I stayed in a hotel that looked just like the hotels I've seen in all the other cities of the world. Just the same thing. What a wonderful vacation that was. I can't wait to go back there. You'll never hear it. You'll never hear it. So we need to be concerned about the plastic on our beaches. We need to be concerned about what our hotels look like. We need to be concerned about what's in our water, the health of our environment. This is the future of tourism. The World Tourism Organization and the World Travel and Tourism Council have both stated that sustainable tourism may be the most significant transformation in the history of modern travel. That's a pretty bold statement. It is changing the way tourists travel, it is changing the way businesses operate, and it is changing the way destinations think about their tourism future. So, where is Greece in that discussion? It's interesting, you know, I write for National Geographic magazine. In August of this year, we published our cover story of the 25 best resorts in the world. There was one in Greece, and I bet you haven't heard of it. You might have, I could be wrong. Have you ever heard of a place called Milia Mountain Retreat on Crete? No, but I bet if I told you, okay, maybe some have heard, but I bet if I told you, you know, about I don't want to name names, but if I talked about some big resorts in Alunda, or I talked about some other famous places, you'd say, oh yeah, I know that. So why would National Geographic pick this place in Greece? Because it is embracing the very thing that I'm talking to you about here. I won't go into details about Milia Mountain Retreat, but the point is just to tell you that it was interesting to me that in 25 best resorts around the world, the one that was selected in Greece was a place that was embracing its cultural and natural heritage for future generations. So, Sustainable tourism, just to make sure we understand what we're talking about, has three key pillars, three fundamental pillars. The first one, environmentally friendly operations. That's the part where a business thinks about reducing, reusing, recycling, conserving energy, the environmental footprint, and focuses as much as possible on how much they can do to achieve that environmental friendliness. The second pillar, support for the protection of cultural and natural heritage. Can we really support the protection of cultural and natural heritage if we're designing hotels in traditional villages that look like they would be better off in a major city? No. They should reflect the destination, not conquer the destination. And the last pillar is support for the social and economic well-being of local people. We heard yesterday from the ministers and others the importance of making sure that tourism is benefiting people in the rural areas. The people in the rural areas are the gatekeepers in many respects of Greek, in this case, or Mediterranean cultural and natural heritage. So sustainable tourism is about ensuring that they have a seat at the table, that they are paid fair wages and benefits, that their villages and their way of lives are respected and enhanced, not conquered, as I said, by tourism. Now, those three pillars, environmentally friendly practices, support for the protection of cultural and natural heritage, and support and direct benefits for social and economic well-being of local people and destinations, are the foundations of sustainable tourism. However, it doesn't work without a profitable business model. So we obviously have to pay attention to how we operate our businesses, how we market, what the market changes are that are happening on the planet in terms of tourism. Otherwise, we're not going to see much success for sustainability, and you're not going to see much success for economic benefit. Which leads to another very important question. Does it pay to be good? Does it pay for a business to do well by doing good? Is there a business case for sustainable tourism? I want to share with you some statistics, some reports on that. Now, one of them was a summary that came out of the Travel Foundation based in London last year, in which they stated that in the world of travel and tourism, in which survival of the fittest determines who will succeed and who will not, established companies are going to sink, new companies are going to rise, and the difference between the two is going to be who is engaged with practicing sustainable tourism. Now, Greece depends on the North American market. I was at another luxury property just in the last 2 days here. And I asked the question, how much of your market is coming from the luxury travel market of North America? I work with an organization also called Virtuoso. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but Virtuoso is the world's largest luxury travel network. 4 years ago, Virtuoso made a strategic decision that sustainable tourism was critical to the organization's future. So just to be clear, that's a luxury organization, a luxury travel network, the largest in the world, many members here in Greece that made that decision. When I asked a hotel operator here in the city what percentage of luxury travelers they were getting from the Virtuoso network, they said less than 5% of luxury travelers from North America. That's a big miss, and they knew it. They said, we're not getting our message across. We're not hitting the right market. There's an organization in the United States that tracks travel trends called Focusrite. They carried out a study 2 years ago and found that 44% of adult traveling Americans will choose an environmentally friendly hotel and an environmentally friendly tour operator over one that is not. Okay. TripAdvisor conducted a study a year and a half ago. 63% of TripAdvisor respondents came back and said that sustainable tourism is an important part of their decision on whether or not they go to a destination or pick a hotel or travel with a company. The result of that study led TripAdvisor to initiate a new sustainable tourism program that launches this month. These are businessmen. I don't want to confuse TripAdvisor with a, UNESCO. They're looking for money. They see this is where the money's going. Harvard Business School and Yale University issued a joint report last year in which 70% of the respondents in the North American travel market, 70%, said that sustainable tourism was now a key factor in how they travel. The largest study in the world was conducted by Lonely Planet. Lonely Planet used to be a group of backpackers, but Lonely Planet was bought by BBC. Lonely Planet is now moving upscale. They surveyed 24,000 adults in 44 different countries around the world, and their survey came back with astonishing, 93% of the adult travelers in Lonely Planet said sustainable tourism practices were key to how they decide to go on a vacation. Okay, Virtuoso, top end, all right, very top end travelers. 1/3, 36% of Virtuoso travelers in 2013 in the luxury travel report that Virtuoso issued identified sustainable tourism as a key consideration for booking their holidays. All right, I've gone through a bunch of these things. There's one more I'll share with you. I don't know if you've heard of an organization called Accenture. Accenture is just a consultancy firm that basically has one mission. Where's the money? And how do I get more of it? That's it. People hire them to identify how their businesses can grow their profits more quickly. Accenture had been hearing these stories of surveys about sustainable tourism and a growing market and all these things. They said, we're not part of the tourism industry. We're interested in money. We're going to do a survey. We're going to see what's really going on here. Is this really something you can get profit out of? Well, Accenture took the Fortune 1000 companies, pulled out 50 companies that had sustainability in their corporate mission, including global travel companies, and 50 that did not have sustainability within their corporate fabric. And they compared them, and it was interesting results. The results showed that the 50 companies that had sustainability built within their corporate mission and how they operate outperformed their competitors, the other 50 that did not, in annual profit returns and shareholder returns between 6 and 16%. What business in this room would not want to grow your profit this year by 6 to 16%? Now, in that Accenture study, if it had been, we found that 30% of the companies that practice sustainability outperformed their competitors, I would have thought, wow, that's really good, 30%. That's a good argument to make for sustainability. If they said 60%, I would have been amazed. I wasn't prepared, though, for what they found. It was 100%. There was not one exception. Every company that had sustainability in their corporate fabric and how they operate outperformed every company that did not, 100% across the board. Time magazine published a front page or a cover story and said we're in the midst of a sustainability revolution, and that sustainability means business today. The New York Times published a front page on their travel section calling it the new goodwill traveler, the traveler who wants to experience something but also wants to feel that they're helping and giving back at the same time. Statistics are tricky things. I could have given you another 10 studies out there. Marriott Hotels did a study of guests, okay? 22% of their guests came back to Marriott Hotels and said, sustainability matters to us. Marriott was so impressed with that they invested $6 million into a huge sustainability program. Corporate profit, $6 million, okay? They did it in partnership with conservation organizations. I was so interested to figure out why in the world would Marriott take $6 million of company profits. What they did was they invested in the creation of a new national park in the rainforest in Brazil where they don't even have a hotel. So I went and I found Bill Marriott Jr., and I said to him, Mr. Marriott, I'm impressed, but, why? Why'd you do this? And he told me, we did an internal study. 22% of our guests came back saying that sustainability is now a key factor for them. And I said, well, sir, that's really impressive, 22%. But if you don't mind my asking, doesn't that mean that 78% didn't care? And he looked at me startled. I thought I offended him, actually. And he said to me, what kind of a businessman do you think I am? And I said, well, clearly a very successful one. He said, do you think I'm going to walk away from 22% of my market and it's growing? That was his answer. And that's my point with statistics. 22%, 36%, 70%, 90%. We can argue, how were the questions? How was it asked? What was accurate? Why is 122 and 193? Why such a big spread? But there's no debate on one thing. All the arrows for the future of the travel and tourism industry, for the future for countries like Greece, are going in one direction, towards sustainability. That's the future, whether it's 10% of people saying they care about it or 93 like Lonely Planet. The issue here is that sustainable tourism principles and practices are no longer a question of what's just doing right for our planet. I wish that all of us, I wish every businessman in the world woke up in the morning and said, what can I do today to make the world a better place? What can I do to protect endangered environments? How can I help struggling people in need? I think it would be wonderful if every businessman started their day like that. Every government started their day like that. But the truth is this, if you're a businessman who starts your day thinking, what do I need to do to grow my profits tomorrow and to hit my targets this year and next year, if you're in the tourism sector, then sustainability should be right at the top of your agenda. And I'm not kidding around with this. You've heard of a company called Mandarin Hotels. They're a global brand, they're around the world. Mandarin, very, very high-end luxury. I was with their CEO just about 5 days ago, and he told me, we went back and forth on sustainable tourism practices for a long time, and we've just decided it needs to be at the top of our agenda moving forward. Those businesses and those destinations that understand this transformation happening today in the global travel and tourism industry at large are going to be those businesses that prosper tomorrow. That's the key message that I want to give you with. And just to illustrate it a little bit, I want to just show you a few slides about how one company, and the guys in the back will put the first slide up, and I think there's a gentleman who might turn the lights down just a little bit for us. There's a company called Six Senses. Okay, this is a high-end luxury company. Since the topic of our conference is luxury, I'm emphasizing that piece of the tourism pie. There's a lot of pieces of the tourism pie. They're not all luxury, but that's our topic here. So how does a global luxury brand, I think it's the top one, there you go. How does a global luxury brand like Six Senses market themselves? I'm going to read you this because the wording is small. This is their marketing effort. Again, these guys are charging $1,000 a night, $1,200 a night. With increasing work hours and growing stress levels, people find it hard to gain perspective, to focus on what really matters in life, to stop and take a deep breath. We create places that reconnect people. Connections can be fleeting and easily forgotten. To sustain them, we strive to create memories. The most powerful memories are built from a shared moment of discovery or a shared moment of change. We introduce people to themselves, to others, and to the world around them. It starts from within, from an innate belief in doing good. Born optimists We see goodness and potential for the greater good in everything. We could not hope to care for our guests if we did not first care for our people and the communities we are part of. By living for today and planning for tomorrow, in our development, design, daily operations, we act responsibly to measure and minimize our carbon footprint and our impact on the environment. Energy, water, waste, biodiversity. We give Mother Nature a say in everything we do. We protect the long-term future of our business in the process. By part of the local fabric, we don't build castles on hills. We are rooted in the local culture. Our architecture and building practices follow indigenous designs and utilize local architects and artisans. Our food comes from local farmers and fishermen. Our knowledge of the best activities are founded in our local relationships. We listen rather than talking. Our approach to service begins with empathy and a desire to understand the guest's needs and wants, both spoken and unspoken. By being greater than the sum of our parts, we lead the way on a journey of discovery, the newest innovations in travel and tourism experiences. We deliver wellness to our guests. We hope that every guest will leave us a better person, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. We're refreshingly human. Fun and quirky aren't values you might ordinarily associate with hospitality, but then again, we're anything but ordinary. We craft experiences, not just menus. Now, okay, there's somebody hang gliding. We do that in Greece. We do that in parts of the world. Let me tell you about this somebody hang gliding. That's a guest on their way to the reception area. They hang glide their guests to reception. You don't have to do it if you don't want. They'll take you there on the road. But when you approach their resort, which is down below on the left, which is built to reflect, by the way, it's too far in this picture. On the right is a local village. On the left is a resort. Can you tell the difference? That's the point. So they want people to experience new things, new activities. When I visited this place, a 78-year-old grandmother from the United States had her first experience going down like this in terms of hang gliding down. What they do is snap you into with a professional and they carry you to reception. So I'll stop there because I think you get the idea. And we can put on the light again. My point is just to say that the world of travel and tourism is dramatically changing. And I want to just end my conversation here with one other thought. And that is, National Geographic asked me recently to do a story about why do people travel? What is it? What is it about us, humans, that make us want to wander around the world, make us want to go to different countries and see different things? Now, 3 days ago, I had a very special opportunity to meet the Dalai Lama in the Himalayas. This was, I'm not even sure what day it is right now. I flew in from Asia. It was 4 days ago. And I asked him this question. Why do people travel? What does he think of that? And he said something interesting to me. He said a lot of interesting things to me, by the way. The man, if you ever have a chance to hear the Dalai Lama speak, I encourage you to do so. There are very few true spiritual leaders on our planet. He's certainly one of them. He said to me, you know, in ancient Tibetan, the word for a human being is gropa. The word is almost 5,000 years old. He said, the way we define a human being, the literal translation is one who goes on migrations. We believe that a human, to evolve, to grow in life, to improve, to find happiness, must go on a migration. So the very definition of a human being in ancient Tibetan is a traveler. I researched it a little bit further. The word progress, we use it a lot, certainly in the English language. Are we seeing progress in our business? You having progress on that report? Are we having progress in our lives? The word progress originates in Middle Age English. Its exact translation in Middle Age English is to go on a seasonal journey. So the whole idea of how we progress in life, how we advance ourselves, is rooted in travel. And then there's one other thing I came upon that interested me. The Nobel Prize winning author, John Steinbeck, said, people don't take trips. Trips take people. Trips take people to new cross-cultural awareness and understanding. Trips take people to inner, deeper reflection of who they are and who all of us are on this wonderful, fragile planet we call planet Earth, or which we call Earth. Certainly, trips take people when we practice sustainable tourism, because in practicing sustainable tourism, and if Greece at this moment of challenge in its history, modern history, and if other Mediterraneans can understand and grasp and embrace sustainable tourism, then your great-grandchildren 100 years from now will still be getting their livelihood from this business we call travel and tourism. And there will still be islands in Greece with Caponians that are, that represent the kind of culture that Greece is known for. There'll still be fishermen able to catch fish in the Mediterranean Sea. There'll still be people pressing olives the way their ancestors did. This is the heart and soul. This is what we sell in tourism. And by embracing sustainable tourism, we ensure that it will be there for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a wonderful seasonal journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. It was very, very interesting, and you gave us lots of food for thoughts. Now, let's shift to the cruise field, and I would like to invite on board Mr. Andreas Stylianopoulos, President and CEO of Navigator Travel and Tourist Services, one of the Greece very well-known companies specialized in cruise with worldwide experience, representing Royal Caribbean International for Greece, Cyprus, Fyrom, Slovakia, and Bulgaria.
So good afternoon. I hope everybody is awake. I would like to thank you for the invitation attending this conference. My topic is cruising. The subject of this panel discussion has, of course, many interpretations, but I focus on issues that come from my professional experience. A few words about cruising in Greece. After a decade of explosive development in our region, with transit calls in Greek ports reaching unforeseen levels, it became apparent that we were not profiting from all this as much as we could as a nation. And then we realized that one of the reasons was our low home porting score compared to certain other countries in the region. Cruising soon became a very sexy subject, and the media loved it, and the kudos involved in a quick fix solution that would bring much needed revenue to our stated economy became irresistible. But nothing like this could have been a quick fix in a country that was not fully prepared to grab an opportunity after actively repelling for so many years. So it took a build-up of bullish expectations to sway resistances. And after a bumpy and rather mishandled process, Greece finally abolished the famous cabotage. for non-EU flagged vessels. Meanwhile, in the real world, the favorable climate for Greek home porting that preceded the 2-year cabotage reform process began to change drastically with the advent of the Arab Spring. The negative impact of this development on demand for the East Mediterranean brought about as a notable cruise deployment correction, particularly with regard to US market operators, the main owners of non-EU flagged vessels. To add insult to injury, serious unrests in Athens, Union cruise ship blockades and a price hike ambush by the port of Piraeus in 2011 further alienated cruise lines from Greece's #1 home port. Of course, there are other reasons for this too, such as infrastructure and airlift limitations, because home porting relates purely to the connectivity with other countries, mainly with the US, particularly that most of the cruise guests come from North America. All in all, this became helpful to the development of peripheral home ports like Heraklion and Rhodes, which is not a bad thing at all, but it suddenly revealed the infrastructural problems in some of our most developed tourist destinations. I mean limited and out-of-date airport and port terminal facilities, inadequate docking for a higher traffic of large vessels. And then came Greece's port privatization fever. Again, expectations began to build up about the cruise lines making huge investments in Greek ports to fix many of these problems. Rumors and reports buzzed about high-level discussions with one of the other major cruise lines, and it was finally understood that the cruise lines are not the kind of investors some had imagined. They are basically tour operators that use ships, and they are mainly interested in two things: guaranteed service for the guests and the quality of service, and secure berthing slots. If they invest in a port, it is not because they want to buy a speculative interest, but they are mostly looking for a concession-type agreement. In this context, they may develop or modernize certain surface infrastructures, such as cruise terminals, but their main goal is to exercise more control on services rendered to the brands. After all this, I think that the last 3 to 4 years were a useful learning curve, and that we're finally beginning to understand a little bit better in this country how the cruise industry thinks and operates. And we come to the present situation. Greece has a multitude of destinations that could be developed for cruising and thus achieve a better distribution of its benefits to peripheral economies. However, very careful and expedient planning is required to upgrade infrastructures, but also to protect and preserve the aesthetic and tourist value of the destinations and their environment. It is a very complicated challenge, and although some efforts are being made on a central government level, actions are still few and far between. Also, I'm not too sure that the current planning process is equipped with a profound enough knowledge of the cruise industry. The fact that the Eastern Mediterranean is presently experiencing a deployment correction is circumstantial, and growth will return when conditions will allow it. Cruising is a flexible, demand-driven industry and uses its ships, propellers to deploy wherever it can be more profitable. Greece will see a marginal drop in calls during this transitional period, but it will still remain within the first 3 most visited cruise destinations within Europe. However, there are new opportunities in the horizon that may work in our region's favor. In 2015, the sulfur cap restrictions come into effect in Northern Europe. This will have a tremendous impact on popular summer season deployments in the Baltic and North Sea area until 2020, when these restrictions come into effect in the Mediterranean Europe. There is a 5-year window to attract fleeing cruise deployment back to our region. The East Mediterranean will become the world's most attractive cruise region once again, as it is undisputed strengths as a destination will be enhanced by its lower fuel consumption costs. The ICA restrictions and rising fuel costs will force cruise lines to cruise at a reduced speed and design itineraries that cover smaller overland distances. This is where we do have a tremendous advantage because of the proximity of our islands. For example, average cruise speeds in the Mediterranean fell from 15.8 knots in 2012 to 13.8 knots in 2013. We can see the effect of this one on some of the new itineraries being. This is all very significant and shows why it is inevitable for the East Mediterranean to become popular again. It is the region with the highest cruise port density in the world. This will be good news for Greece, and perhaps when the development focus returns to our region, we'll be more prepared to capitalize on the benefits. So instead of looking at pies in the sky and waiting idly for them to land on our plates, we must get busy and make our business environment and our national cruise product and services more efficient, effective, and attractive as well. We must also learn how to make the most of the considerable cruise traffic we currently receive, because we are still way behind on that. I mean in terms of revenues to the local economies. Instead of drilling on theoretical studies or adding up imaginary billions, we must get practical and focus on how realistic revenues can be generated specifically, euro by euro. Forget quick fixes or imaginary investors that will come and save us. What is needed are carefully planned step-by-step improvements and hard work from government level all the way down to the man in the street. I will end this short speech with a real-life example which I hope illustrates what I'm trying to say here. One of Greece's most visited transit port is Katakolon, and obviously because of the Olympia. Roughly anywhere to about 750,000 cruise passengers currently visit there each year, which is about 340 cruise ships. This first thing the cruise passengers see when they disembark in Katakolon is the dilapidated building of the local port authority. It's a 70s cement structure, like an old building. Katakolon is not only the gateway to Olympia, but it's one of the world's most famous sites, but also a pure tourist port. It has no other use today except to welcome to cruise ships and a few yachts in the nearby marina. And what a welcome indeed. We need to fix that building yesterday, because it is as much as an embarrassment to Katakolon and Greece's Olympian legacy as it is an insult to the cruise lines that choose to bring the clients there. Think about this, almost 1 million people a year come to this place, not to mention some hundreds of thousands of crew member visits. This is a sizable market consisting of potential spenders for the local economy. We tend to forget that we have a lot of crew working on board, that they do spend money. Still, little has been done to offer more choices to enrich the destination, as many have already been to Olympia before and are looking for alternative experiences. This is not a central government issue, but a local one. It seems that everyone there wants to keep this mass of people trapped in Katakolon and Olympia tourist shop districts. The entire local cruise revenue focus seems centered on souvenir shops and transfers of every description. No serious effort is made to promote the region's fine local products or crafts, and all passengers see in the shops is mostly the same mass-produced, sorry for the word, rubbish that they can find in any tourist trap all over Greece. Clearly, more authentic and interesting fare would increase retail revenues by far, and this would benefit the local procedures, craftsmanship, instead of making some bulk importer of cheap trinkets rich. Finally, 340 cruise ships calls is like having 340 ships coming into this port every year. Each of these ships consumes anywhere between 30 to 50,000 eggs daily. I'm just saying this because few ever think that way in this country. Everyone wants to make easy money selling plastic sandals and made in China when the real profits are elsewhere. In an area that produces such amounts of high-quality agriculture and dairy products, why isn't anyone trying to network in the ship supply industry and create a competitive terminal for provisioning these ships? Why do ships have to buy all the journey tomatoes in Italy when possibly they can buy it from Greece? This is how the billions are generated from cruising, and how to also attract real investments in the real economy that create real jobs. And we are still tragically behind this respect. It is not always about cabotage reform or some investor who will come to save us with his money. In this economic and tax environment, it will be a while before we see foreign investment following in to create local businesses. So we have to do it ourselves with our own wits and entrepreneurial initiatives. And we have to become more knowledgeable as to issues of our industry that we're trying to develop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Take your seat. I would like to invite the whole panel of cruise economy. Please, Mr. Adonis Teliatos, President of Hellenic Professional Yacht Owners Association and specialist in yacht and maritime sector. Mrs. Elizabeth Bourdon, Vice President of Hellenic Yacht Brokers Association and manager of Elysee Yachts. She's a yachting specialist and she knows very well the Greek market. Mrs. Maria Lekakou, Assistant Professor in Maritime Economics in Department of Shipping, Trade and Transportation in University of the Aegean. Also, she's a founding member of the Hellenic Association of Maritime Economics. And last but not least, Mr. George Vernikos, Secretary General of SETE and President of Vernikos Yachts, a well-known yachting company in Greece for sales and crowded yachts charters. Let's continue with Mr. Steliatos' speech. Mr. Steliatos, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. The topic of my presentation today is Greece is the land of paradise for yachting. A yacht vacation in Greece is unlike any other vacation. Boarding a yacht is only the beginning. A Greek yacht charter offers unique opportunities of sightseeing, exploring, or relaxing in a new island each day. There is no better personalized way to travel. Start at the crack of the dawn and cover as much territory as possible or sleep till noon. Swim from dawn to dusk and sail for an hour or less to the next anchorage. Cruising the Greek islands or the Greek coastline on a professional licensed Greek yacht is one of the most prestigious, heartwarming, culture-filled experiences one can have. Every Greek island has its own special, unique character, beauty and civilization. We are blessed to have one of the most exciting yachting cruising areas in the world, an area which offers over 3,500 islands and 16,000 kilometers of coastline. Greece has the clearest and most transparent waters in the Mediterranean, and warm, friendly and hospitable people. A cruising holiday in Greece will soon persuade you that whoever coined the phrase Greece, land of gods, was not far off the mark. From the Argosaronic Gulf, close to the proximity to Athens, to the whitewashed Kyklades island in the Aegean, the last Ionian archipelago or the cosmopolitan Dodecanese, to the pine-laden islands of northern Sporades, thousands of miles of coastline and islands waiting your adventurous appetite, and trust me, when I say this, the experience and memories will be unforgettable. Greece is also one of the safest countries to spend your holidays in. Unfortunately, the images portrayed worldwide during the demonstration are usually blown out of proportion. For example, the vast majority of demonstrations were held exclusively in Syntagma Square, where the Greek Parliament is located. And we don't forget that all over the world, in every capital, there are demonstrations and they clash with the police. But everything passed in a small line in the newspapers or for 2 minutes in the televisions. Those misleading images which portrayed an unrealistic reality produce negative results for our yachting industry. On the other hand, on our islands, the majority of locals still sleep with their doors unlocked and the crime rate is non-existent. Add to this the famous Greek hospitality and you see the safety is a non-issue. Greece is the land of myths, but lack of safety is not one of them. Ooh la la. There's no space here. Anyway. Greece, more than ever today, is one of the safest destinations in the world. Tourism income used to represent 18% of the national GNP, of which the yachting industry contributes 3.8 to 4%. The growth factor for the yachting industry is unlimited. The yachting season runs between early April and late October to early November. The Greek seas offers various attractions and delights for all tastes, from family charters to VIP guests range from Hollywood to Wall Street international business and from countries all over the world. The Greek charter fleet consists of 4 types of yachts: motor yachts, sailing yachts, traditional boats, and mini cruise ships capacity of 49 passengers. The Greek charter fleet in the last 10 years has gone through a renaissance period, and the majority of our yachts average between 5 and 10 years old. But the key overall factor for a successful yacht charter is our crew performance. The majority of our crews are Greek nationals. They are highly trained and are renowned for their 5-star service and Greek hospitality. Our chefs are 5-star and trained to prepare a variety of cuisines. Even though Greece today faces economic woes and the image of the country is not one of the lowest, it's at one of the lowest points, the Greek yacht charter market is maintaining a steady flow of business as the natural beauty of our country with its fabulous cruising areas is second to no one in the world. To summarize, when cruising the Greek islands, you will encounter winds full of Greek mythology, history and civilization, Socrates, Plato, ancient Greece, the famous Greek cuisine of wonderful fresh fruits and vegetables, and the famous Greek ouzo. The hospitality of the local people who will go out of their way to ensure that your visit will be unforgettable, and the Greek sea and sun that will simply leave you with a lifetime of cherishing memories. We assure you that our seas are secure and that we will continue to take advantage of our unique sea and weather conditions to maintain our position as undisputable, unique players in the world of yachting market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving us an aspect why Greece must develop yachting. Let's see the opinion of yacht brokers. Mrs. Elizabeth Bourdon, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be part of this panel. Mare Nostrum, what a beautiful place to be and to come for visit. Allow me to shortly present to you the HIBA, Hellenic Yacht Brokers Association. It's probably the oldest professional association of its kind. Founded in 1962 by the pioneers of the business at the time, the association has over 100 members with active businesses in Greece and proved expertise in their field. Sales brokers, charter brokers, surveyors, specialized advisors, yachting professionals all work together to make yachting really happen. The aims of the association are to promote yachting in this region, build and encourage business ethics, suggest and advise on the use of contracts, evaluate the standards of yachts, protect and promote members' interest, install a spirit of cooperation among its members, plan and consult on all issues relating to future of yachting, inform on market issues and legal issues, organize meetings and symposium, and yacht show. We are going back for over 50 years in the tradition of serving yachting industry. Maybe I can show you a little bit. Yeah, we've seen some of these posters already, but I think they relate a bit the history that we are relaying back to. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to be part of a great family of highly dedicated people who are in the business to make your dream become reality. And it takes more than just the yachts to make the cruising experience a reality. These are an array of people in luxury tourism, all working together to make it happen. There are, of course, the brokers and cruise specialists, but there are also the crew, the people in the maintenance to make sure that the boat is able to make this cruise. The shore agents, all the service, the tour operators, the luxury travel market, everything that comes together onshore, offshore, aboard and abroad, below the sails and behind the scenes, in and off season, to make your journey unforgettable in the seas. So it takes hundreds of dedicated people to make that. And so when we speak of the Mare Nostrum, yes, there is a heritage. It's really an incredible place to be. It has been said before that unfortunately in terms of infrastructure, we are back having only, let's say, 17,000 berths for the yachts in our region, but actually when you see at the global image of this region, the anchorage places can host thousands of yachts around, and all this is possible with the yachts. They are actually a kind of mobile infrastructure. We have to bear that in mind. So it's very interesting. And when we are talking about development of local economy, sometimes people say that we represent a very exclusive part of tourism that actually represent a fraction, a few percentage of the whole tourism market. But yesterday, Mrs. Katopi from Dolphin Capital Partners pointed out something very interesting on the high-end travelers, luxury travelers, and she said that 8% of the travelers actually account for 25, even 26% of the income in this industry. So maybe we can look about this luxury tourism as something very interesting for the development of local economy, as one cruising person actually leaves a lot of income to every place they go. It's probably much more than the share of the growing percentage of tourism that never contribute to local economy, especially since the problems that we have with the financial crisis, and many tour operators around the world deliver all-inclusive packages to a larger mass of travelers. Somebody said yesterday that, yes, we had a lot of arrivals, but how much money do they actually leave? That's one subject that needs to be addressed. So yes, this industry is highly contributing to the wealth and development of local economy. And I don't want to be too long. So, improve seasonality. Yachts that remain in our region for wintering are also a very great opportunity to improve seasonality. We are not to forget that owners who will leave their boat in our region not only leave also their crew to improve seasonality in our region, but also themselves might be visiting on other periods. So, and for all that, of course, we need to improve the regional cooperation. To make an echo to Mr. Ferit Sahenk, who spoke yesterday, we as people and professionals are already doing it, and we enhance, and of course we are totally agreeing with the cooperation all over the region. This is something that is very, very important to us. For an example of this cooperation, we are, for over 12 years in a row, we have been co-organizing the yacht show that is taking place in Poros, where international professionals are coming over from all over the world. Here you have a picture of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let's see now the aspect of the academics and how we must develop yachting and maritime in our country. Mrs. Lekakou.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. After attending yesterday's and today's interventions and contributions, I feel that I became rich. Not in the way that we used to handle the luxury idea, but rich of ideas and of new approaches in difficult areas. And if you allow me to contribute to build on this idea of luxury tourism, I could add that it is dedicated services to people that has identity. I think that we could overcome this wrong image about luxury tourism if we add the idea of dedicated and identity. And this is the way that we should handle the whole idea of tourism, and especially maritime tourism in Greece. I choose to present my ideas using, may I use this? Using our last summer school program topics. Because we believe in our department, the Department of Shipping, Trade and Transport, that there are main subjects, main topics that we should offer as a training or a educational program. And I will go through keywords. Our first keyword is islands. It is not ships or boats or any kind of infrastructure that is the priority, that is the initiative cause of serving people or serving yachts, ports, marinas. For our way of thinking is islands. And islands have also people, infrastructure, and fragile environment. We need to have sustainable destination, as the previous contributor said, and also many speakers. But we need to have attractive islands, attractive destinations, either for cruise or for yachting. So our next idea is about attractiveness. We don't believe, we don't work on support. We don't need support services. We don't want intervention by the state, the market, or any kind. We want to have attractive destinations. And for us, being on islands, we are an islandic and archipelagic university, we gave priority to attractiveness. And after my promenade in the keywords, I will show you some main features that constitute attractiveness, especially for maritime passengers. Next theme is port management and development. Ports and marinas are our, let's say, infrastructure part of our research, of our training, of our lessons. But you gave me the opportunity to say a few words about that. It is not about building more infrastructure, building more ports, building more marinas, giving more hard infrastructure. We believe that we have enough infrastructures, but these are not smart and we don't have the proper way of government. Then we need a new, smart, accessible and democratic, I could say, governance for our ports, for the marinas, and all of this infrastructure. It is not a problem of engineering, it is a problem of re-engineering. And our final stop, final destination for this presentation, for this slide is entrepreneurship. There is no way to act or to overcome this serious financial crisis without pay attention to entrepreneurship. And we choose entrepreneurship as the main topic of our understanding, let's say, on working about maritime tourism, because it is obvious that sea is core of being Greek. So doing work or research or supporting entrepreneurship in yachting, especially, or in port-related affairs, or in passenger, even in ferries, is more easy. It is easier for the people to come inside. There are no barriers, mainly mental barriers to enter. We are affiliated. We are close to sea by any ways. Our core is the sea. So this is why, except all the other techniques about financial project and all of this, we choose to have entrepreneurship, especially in these difficult days. And we are doing training in local population in the islands of the Aegean about entrepreneurship and blue growth. This is one of our activities. Attractiveness criteria for maritime passengers. I'm not going to read or to present you because you are familiar, you are aware of all of them, but I would like to make some comments. If we would like to subdivide all of this, there is criteria related with location and criteria related with situation, like political stability, safety, and organization and reputation, good price level. It is not only location. We should work on organization, on situation. We are not going to attract any kind of passenger, visitor, or companies if we are not working hard on situation. Location is not enough. We know very well, and you know better than myself because you are very good and experienced people in tourism, that we are among the most famous tourist destination. It is not enough at all, and we know that. So my point is that it is not only situation that is closely related with attractiveness, but also we need to organize in a different way. And if I could say, especially for the islands and the coast, we should organize in a micro way. We don't need such macro, such strong corporate schemes or ways of doing business in this case. We could use in a micro way. We could say that in our case, in islands and the coast, we could use the motto, small is beautiful. For our case, yes, definitely yes. But if we are mad, why are we interested in maritime tourism? Is there potential? Is there money? Yes, according to Commission working documents on 2007, but we realize that nowadays the sectors with the strongest growth, the strongest potential is coastal and offshore wind energy, were not the case, but cruise tourism, coastal tourism, recreational boating, and marine equipment, strongly related with us. Port sector in peripheral regions, we don't want, that's why I mentioned before the small dimension. Maritime R&D, this is for us, the universities and the institutions, maritime research and development, and ship brokerage. You see that we had here among us, there are many participants of all these sectors. So we believe that we are on the right way. I didn't mention before, and I didn't stress on the idea of accessibility. It is not enough to be, in order to be a successful destination for maritime tourism to be situated in the right place, in the most attractive, and also organized in the best way. You need to be accessible. You need accessibility. It is not only a kind of connectivity, because there are many kinds to connect different islands, different regions, different countries. But in many cases, we have missing links in this connection, in this connectivity approach. And we believe, because as the chairwoman said, I'm a maritime economist, and we had the idea of connecting, of assessing, of facilitating the accessibility to different areas using different shipping elements, let's say, different kind of boats. Even ferries. That's why I'm not going to be in a very strict academic way to defining the maritime tourism. But what I would like to be caught from this idea is that our idea is how to connect ferries, cruise, and yachts. In other ways, this is a way not only to handle accessibility, but also how to handle and how to smooth seasonality and overcapacity, crowding, which is a problem now in the ports, by diffusing the people, the crowd from big ferries or cruise, using yachts or using small crafts that are going to move, to give transport, to transport people to different small islands or small coasts. So we're going through this to eliminate the investments that we need on port facility, and at the same time, we believe that we handle in a smart way, according to the European way of thinking, the smart way, the problem of connectivity and seasonality. Just from a maritime economist to be a doctor, this is the maritime tourism anatomy. You mentioned all of them before. I'm not going to read them, but there are 2 points that I would like to be stressed. First, there are links, lines, there are flows among these parts, and this is the main point. It is not just a catalog. We need to have constitutes from local retail to marine equipment that have relations, strong relations that could produce values. And as a final outcome, they could share same values if they have built strong relations. And on the bottom line, we have government agencies, educational institutions, and industry groups. And also, in this audience, there are also participants, delegates from these institutions. And this is part and a very strong way of this that we call a bottom-up approach. We need to build these relations, but it is not possible according to the strategy idea from what Michael Porter had said, if someone could not facilitate these flows. And this is the R&D, the research and development produced by the universities. There is a facilitator from government agents if they support in a smart way all these flows, and also there is a strong need for the industry groups to communicate and to have cooperation or sometimes co-competition. I'm not going to talk a lot because the previous keynote speaker had mentioned, spoken a lot about sustainability. I just want to add another crucial part of this way of thinking. This is the people. This is the local society. We are not going to have any success stories in this way of building a different image, a different strategy, a different mentality if we don't have the participation and the acceptability of local societies. Because if we involve the people in a proper process, not just for talking and bar talkings, but if we involve people and if we listen to the people, to their experiences, but also to their expertise, because many times there is very rich expertise in certain places, in certain islands, or in certain regions. So we need people expertise, we need people knowledge, we need people acceptability. And this is a way to organize and to approach the new idea about carrying capacity. It is not only a problem, it is not a way of thinking that is related only to environmental impact. We also have the attitudes and preferences of people, either users or residents. So we need to have a way to involve more and more people. Why? Why we do that? Because we realized in our research, especially on cruise, that when the people, the visitors, the guests, in the way that you use this word, when they feel that the people at any port of call, they don't want, or they are not only hostile, but they are neutral to the newcomers, let's say, at the end of the day, and talking as an economist, they spend less. We have spending patterns that show us that even the crew spend more money than the visitors when there is nobody to welcome people, there is nobody to give information, and there are closed shops. So we need the people not only as part of a process and of the involvement and for the experience and things like this, but we need also the people in order to have better financial results or profits. And all of you were aware of the technical innovation. Following this idea, this path that I have focused today, we are focusing on people. We think that social innovation would facilitate faster the things, so we are going to have better results, and we are going to have repeaters and permanent relations, because any kind of research in any kind of science, allow me to say, that had already proven that from word of mouth to repeaters, it is the people, it is a relation with first name and last name that produces the best results. That's why we think that we have to establish the involvement of community, the enhancement of human capital, destination carrying capacity through indices and directives. We could say, we could continue on saying ideas. We need to have monitoring scheme. We need to have a process, an organized process to follow this idea of sustainability, and not only environmental but societal too. And also, corporate social responsibility is a tool that had proved that strengthened the communication channels between firms, NGOs, social institutions, and so on. Now, I'm honest to say that I steal the idea from my colleague from Izmir, the Turkish, the professor of marketing. She invites us to their building, and I would like to invite you to our island network. It's part of our research. We are trying to produce a different maritime tourism package, mainly based on yachting. We are not, I don't think that we are able to persuade crews to follow this itinerary, but together with the students and the professors there, we are working on maritime identities of this island. And we are working also on history, on projects that relating history to storytelling. It's a co-project with the Ionian University. The maritime identity, how to build different identities for the maritime islands, and changing the image of yachting among the local population. Last but not least, we believe in experience-based research and not on desktop research. That's why you have, our team is on cruise boat, and myself in Odessa last week, where in first time in my life I gave a speech in Russian, by translator, talking about not only Med but Black Sea. Anyway, you are mostly welcome in a sunny learning experience, and this is the University of the Aegean, which is the unique university established by a UNESCO initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your speech and your ideas. Mr. Vernikos, the floor is yours.
Maria, thank you for your lecture that you gave to us. Maria Lekakous she knows very well the subject. She's professor in the island of Chios. I believe you think that Chios is the center of the world, because I think Sifnos is the center of the world. Chios, okay. But for the yachting and the beautiful Sifnos and the Kyklades Islands. Thank you for inviting us. Dear Simeon Tsomokos, thank you once more for the nice organization here. And also I see my friend Mr. Vokos, who make big efforts also for nautical tourism. I believe you are friends, and maybe you collaborate also in different fields. Mediterranean luxury travel. Even to put the words luxury in Greece today is something positive. We encourage all of us to overpass the difficulties that we have and to see the future with more optimism. And the reality is that when we are involved in tourism, we are one of the few sectors in Greece that we are optimists. We are much better than other fields. You know that Greece is the recent years in a very difficult economic situation. We make big efforts to overpass the difficulties, but from the positive side, I will notice that in the last 2-3 years, there have been more reforms in Greece towards entrepreneurships than in any other country in the world. These are the latest informations that we have. So even that we are in a very hard period, we believe that the future will be much better. You know, when you speak to a meeting, you address differently if you speak to public servants or if you speak to people that they know tourism already, or you address to students. I understand that the most of the people that they are here, they know the subject. They are from the faces that I see and the friends that I have here. I believe that the most of the people they know. They know, for example, that Greece is the paradise of yachting. They know that Greece is the best country for yacht tourism. And all of us that we are here, we believe that the luxury tourism can really improve the income of tourism in Greece. It is already mentioned that the 8% of the higher income tourists, they produce 25% of our income. And we all know that Greece needs infrastructures to the high end. We know that the tourism generally all over the world is growing. During 2012, more than 1 billion people they have traveled. They have passed the 1 billion. During 2013, the increase in tourism generally is plus 3%, and we are all optimists that in the next years the tourism industry will continue to grow. This is true also for Greece. You know, I believe that yesterday you have heard that Greece we're expecting this year about 17.5% tourism to visit Greece. much better than the 15.5 that was last year. The income from tourism will be from 10 billion to 11.5 billion. This means that all levels of tourism contribute for higher income. And just today, I read in the newspapers that the latest information from from the major airports in Greece, they have been increased 20% relatively with last year. So it is good and correct that we are optimistic about this. I want to say some things about SETE, the Association of Greek Tourism Enterprises. We have made big efforts during the latest years to put all the tourism sector together, so to have a bigger and more organized voice for the tourism sector. We represent 14 organizations that they cover all part of the tourism sectors, the hotels, the yachting, the cruises, the airplanes, the ports. We have a good collaboration with the government. We represent about 50,000 companies, and we contribute to the national income about 16.5%. But the most important also, it is that it is our contribution for people that they are work. It is also about 18% of the total working force. We estimate that 750,000 employees, they are direct and indirect employed in the tourism sector. And the most important, that the 40% of the new jobs that will be created in the next 10 years, they will come from the tourism sector. Let's see some figures regarding the Mediterranean tourism. About, according with the figures of the World Organization of Tourism, during 2011, 300 million tourists visited the Mediterranean. I estimate that about 30 million people visited Aegean from both sides of Greece and Turkey. My numbers here say that 48 million Europeans, they have direct and indirect contribution with nautical tourism, that there are 4,500 marinas in Europe with 6.3 million boats, that yachting contributes very important also to different other sectors like the real estate. Wherever you have marina and yachting, the price of the land is increasing, and this helps the real estate sector. And it's very interesting, the recent study that the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, the University of Piraeus, we make during the last month, that gives the possibility of Greece to increase and to improve in the yachting sector. Very briefly, some numbers that I have. It is that today they are in Greece about 17,000 boats, over 7 meters. That these boats, they are 1.17 points of employment per boat. And usually they are much less for the smaller boats and much bigger for the bigger boats. So that means that most of the bigger boats with crew, they contribute to more working places. That the possibilities that we have according with our cost line, it is the 17,000 to go to 67,000 boats. And this it will be possible to create 80,000 more new places of employment. And according with this study, in Spain, it has been calculated that 1.5 euro direct invested in the nautical tourism and the infrastructure create total 8.3 euros of turnover. So the multiplier of the investment, if regarding the investment in nautical tourism, it is really one of the highest that exists today. Very briefly, to be in our sector, the tourism in the Mediterranean it looks optimistic. Eastern Mediterranean, and when I say Eastern Mediterranean, I mean the Dalmatical coast, I mean Greece, the island of Greece, I mean Turkey. Really, it is the best place for yachting in the world. Everyone believes this. It is not necessary to make a big speech about this. We hope that in the very near future we are going to have a new law regarding yachting that will try to encourage the most of us to be and to invest and to have more boats and more tourism coming in Greece. And I believe that luxury will be one of the key words in the near future regarding investment, that the most of the investment that will come in the tourism sector will come for the high end, for strong brand names that we really need, and for what we call investment that will include villas, golf, spa, marinas, and all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, please. Do we have any questions? Okay, as we have only 10 minutes until the end, I would like to pose some questions. Briefly, first I would like to ask Mrs. Bourdon. You are the Vice President of Hellenic Yacht Brokers Association, means that you are from you know the point of view and the ideas of our clients. So I would like to ask you to share with us the opinion of the clients in the yachting. Yes, the people that visit Greece and they are doing yacht, what problems they are facing, what is their opinion for Greece?
They are absolutely thrilled. Whoever comes to Greece with a yacht, they're absolutely thrilled. They would just probably also prefer to be able to see more islands, to be able to transit easier from one island to the other many times. But in principle, they are very, very pleased to be there. There is a very, very big playing ground in Greece for that. So the accessibility is good. I mean, we have a lot of airports in every island, and also ports and helipads. I mean, there are plenty of solutions to get to islands directly, to find the boats wherever they are, and to cruise. So it's something fantastic.
Thank you. And another question to Mrs. Lekakou. You spoke about the carrying capacity and how much important is people in the maritime economy. And I would like to ask you if you have some examples or case studies how the local societies can participate in our efforts to attract more cruise passengers or to please our guests, the cruise passengers.
Thank you very much for your question. To be honest, I don't have success stories in Greece about the people participating in this effort to have bigger success or bigger profit, more profitable ways for maritime tourism activities. But there are some cases in different islands where they try to have they try to establish initiatives or networks for improving the attractiveness of their island. But from the other side, from the local authorities, we didn't realize that they have done. They have ameliorated, they had improved the participation of the people. We have some experiences from from the Americas in general, in the States and the Central America, where they face, mainly from Alaska and Central America, where they faced problems, but they don't react in the same way that we in the continent, in Europe, we believe that we should organize. But we have ideas from borrowed from the transportation case, where people participate in entering new transport projects. We have these ideas from Chile, from United Kingdom, where there is a big transformation in transportation, and especially in passenger transportation, where they managed to have a more accessible and efficient way of organizing transport. But for this day in Europe in general, we could say that this is a social innovation, how to organize a vivid and efficient system that had thresholds, limits, or indices. We have ideas also, we borrow ideas from the environmental management and policy, from how they react in ecology, in mathematics and in decision making. We borrow ideas from the environmental studies and from social studies. And we are optimistic that we are going to have some case studies in the islands.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steliatos, I would like to ask you, you spoke about Greece and how Greece is attracting yachts and the safety in Greece. Do you have any other problems in yachting area, in yachting field?
Thank you. I'd like to make a wish. After 4 years and 11 different ministers of maritime affairs trying to pass a law, finally, let's ask the ministers of 3 ministries to work together. So we have to know, in the end of this year at least, I put it differently, to have a stable taxation law, which means each boat, Greek flag, foreign flag, whatever flag, to know when it comes to Greece, what to pay, where to pay, and how much to pay. And second, a stable law concerning yachting, to know how we're standing, particularly the professionals. That's a wish. I hope it will materialize.
We hope. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Karavangelou, thank you very much for your moderation. Distinguished speakers, thank you very much. We deeply thank you for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it is a little late, but I urge you to stay. We have a very interesting session, which is the final one. If for some reason the presentations are not very good, 2 of our speakers are pianists, so they will entertain us a little later. Thank you very much for your patience. The subject is extremely interesting. I would like to invite Yeşim Gürer Oymak, who is the director of the Istanbul Music Festival. I would like to invite Francesca Colombo, the general director and artistic coordinator of the festival Mito Settembre Musica. Thank you, Francesca. Mr. Ioannis Trochopoulos, who understand he's here, with a very beautiful piece, page in last Sunday, Kathimerini. And Mr. Christos Karas, who is the artistic director of the Onassis Cultural Center. Mr. Trochopoulos is the general manager of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. Before we start the presentations, I would like to make an announcement because Ms. Adriani Zounali gave and met me. She has published a very beautiful and very exquisite guide of all the Greek islands, of all the Greek places in Chinese language. It is an excellent publication, and I urge you to see it outside when we will depart. So the subject today of this session is cultural event tourism. I must admit I'm a little bit spoiled because I had the, if you like, for family reasons, to attend a number of times the Festival of Salzburg for more than 20 years. And I learned to love a country through a festival. So I must tell you I'm extremely touched by this subject. I would like to sincerely thank you for joining us. And I would like to give the floor to Yesim Gürer Oymak, who is the director of the Istanbul Music Festival. Thank you very much. Actually, we're starting from our east neighbor, and then we'll go to the west. Please.
Hello. Today I'd like to talk about Istanbul Music Festival, and you know, there is a subject when the program is destination, how Istanbul became the destination for cultural tourism. Just think about your reactions when you first see a program of an upcoming festival. Sometimes you simply read it and you're not excited at all, but sometimes you just fall in love with the concept or with its spirit, and you immediately say, I must be there. So why are some festivals attractive, are much more unique for the audiences than the others? I think today a lot of art lovers travel not only for the sake of arts, but also for the artistic experience that the festival may offer, and also for an urban experience that the city may offer. We all agree that the creativity and the artistic quality of a program, of a festival program, is of utmost importance. But also the interaction of the festival with the city's history and the culture is also equally important. I believe that festivals bearing the name of a city should plan their programs with a different vision, and a vision which supports its artistic quality. We should present different artistic experiences to our audience. The city's historical buildings, places should be a part of and natural setting of the festival in order to attract international audiences and make your festival a signature event of the city. When the history and the culture of the city is in interaction with the artistic event you present, so the artistic experience that the audience may benefit is of supreme effect and it increases visibly. A capital for different civilizations for over a period of 16 centuries until the Republic of Turkey, Istanbul offers a wealth of venues, both historical and modern. So the main venue for the Istanbul Music Festival for 42 years is Hagia Irene Museum, which is a 1,600 years old Byzantine church, which then served the Ottomans as an arsenal, now is a museum. As you see in the photo here, with its stone walls, large windows, and a great cross, which is a unique vestige of the iconoclastic period, and with its amazing acoustic, Hagia Irene has always offered a captivating musical audience for both the musicians and the audience. Also, the call to the evening prayer coming from the mosque next door add to the enchanting, almost holy experience. This is something that you can experience only in this special place, not in a modern venue in Istanbul or elsewhere, but only in Hagia Irene. Just to give you an idea of the venue. So, also take a concert that we have organized in a dervish house with Armenian and Turkish musicians as a tribute to Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi, philosophy of tolerance and love. Or when you think of Mozart's masterpiece, The Abduction from the Seraglio, can you think of a better setting than the original Topkapi Palace for its production? A concert can offer you the best music money can get. It can offer you good music at affordable prices, very interesting programs, interesting artists and venues. But when a concert can promise you a unique experience something that will move you, that money, geographical distances are not an issue anymore. You must be there. As such, Istanbul Music Festival is a signature event for Istanbul to attract cultural visitors to the city by creating unique events which interact with the historic and cultural aspect of the city that you can't experience any other time than the festival period. I would also like to mention the Istanbul Biennial, which ranks among the top 3 contemporary art biennials in the world, together with Venice and Sao Paulo. As a one-off contemporary art exhibition, bringing together 90 Turkish and foreign artists around the central theme, it presents a golden opportunity for the cultural visitors to visit Istanbul at the time of this event. The number of foreign visitors, the international press, art professionals, and collectors who came to the opening week a few weeks ago alone was 6,000 people. The biennial also initiated a series of high-profile events throughout the city, including parallel exhibitions in many galleries in the city. Many collectors opened their private collections during this period, and the city's economic life also profits quite highly from this very special art crowd. So most of the luxury hotels are fully booked, tables reserved. The number of social events such as private parties, meet and greet, reception increases. And the social program entitled Biennial Circle hosts a group of art lovers and collectors from abroad who pay a certain membership fee and come to the city for 4 or 5 days at the beginning of the biennial to attend art events, all tailor-cut and shepherded by the curator. So Istanbul Biennial is also a very good example of making Istanbul unique in the eyes of the cultural visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good presentation. I must admit, Istanbul, you don't need a festival to visit, but definitely it's a great addition. Güzel Istanbul, beautiful place to go. Thank you very much. Ms. Oymak, actually, she's running the festival these last 9 years, and it is the most prestigious event in Turkey. Our next speaker is Francesca Colombo, who ran for 3 years, a little more, the Florence Opera House, the Teatro del Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, and now she's running a very prominent festival, the Festival Mito Sempre Musica. The floor is yours, madam. Thank you.
Just 1 second, I will. So good evening to everybody, and thanks to the organization for the invitation of this summit. The program is a destination. We have many examples in all around the world. Bilbao, Guggenheim Museum that concentrated a lot about arts and culture, Salzburg, Summer Opera Festival, Miami, Art Contemporary, and in these last days, Detroit decided to change to be a moto town in America versus an arts and cultural center for the new generation. So I'm very happy to be here with my experience of this Milano and Turin. Mito stays for Milan and Turin, September Music, the translation in English, and share with you a lot of the values I heard in this summit yesterday and today: service versus experience, culture exchange, emotions. Let us listen more, and music helps a lot to do it, authenticity, and embrace the cultural heritage. So I will show you a 2 short video. The first one is just telling you with the images and music what is a Mito festival, and then I will go on. Thank you. There will be some music. So what you said is what is Mito. So as you see, the music helps people to have emotion, but to discover the cities of Milan and Turin. Many venues and many artists. We host every edition an international country. You see, the last was Turkish, and so because we strongly believe that culture is a value and is an investment for a city, for a country. And we have to invest a lot because it's a driving element, is a social development. It increases the gross national product and is tourist attraction for the territory. And of course, culture is also entertainment because we have to also entertain people. So this festival is an example for revitalization of the local area. You have some statement, and then I will show you also some statistics, some number that says that the culture has a productive impact on the territory, and that promote the national, international level, and promote the city where you organize the festival, and is really a core factor for the social development and of a specific geographic area. It's a little bit slow, this one, but I unfortunately, I go on with some numbers that you will see, because for us, it's very important that culture is measured by, so we organize culture like in a business, like an entrepreneur. And so we look a lot of some statistics, and we saw that the Mito Festival in Milan and Turin has a positive repercussion for the community. And this is what the people says about the festival during University of Bocconi in Milan. This is the source of this data. And so 89% says that the quality of life and the very image of the city brings the city to new life, and is a source of economic advantages. 83% says that they increase the city's prestige. And this is important in this summit, that 67% of the audience lives in Milan, 33 are tourists. And among the tourists choosing to visit Milan during September, 51% said that they were recorded to be attracted by the Mito Festival. So a cultural is a destination. And you will see also later in the video a short video saying that for 2 American tourists that says that what I'm saying now. So a festival, a cultural festival, creates a new audience. That is also important for us because we have this also duty. And so 68% of the audience of the festival is not normally interested in cultural music. And 4% among them said that they discovered Mito, and in the same edition of the festival, they attended more than 4 concerts in this edition. And this is for sure thanks to the different venues, for the way we communicate this festival, of the fresh air that we put in cultural institutions that is not so normal in Italy, let's say like that. But a cultural festival has a very important economic impact. 55% of the total cost increase the local economic circuit. And this is a multiplier that is 20 to 1,22 that say that for every euros input in the system, over 20 impact is generated on the local economy and territory. This is the video that I will show you that is said to people that I discovered this edition, that is already 6th edition that they come to Milan just for the festival, and I discovered 3 weeks ago. And then at the end, I would like to show you a very small picture about very important things in a festival. You have to know that this festival is, I'm the general director, but the team, the average age of the team is 28, because I think it's also important to put in a cultural institution and to believe of the next generation, and they are the real success of our festival. Thank you.
The first time you came to Mito?
The first time we came working, came to Milano, to Malpensa, and our airplane was stopped for 1 day. So we came into the city, we looked in our room at the Hilton Hotel and saw Mito. We saw what a wonderful concert, so we went.
So it was a coincidence, but then you decided to come back.
Then we looked at the whole program. That was what was, and we thought, this is amazing, these wonderful artists, so long a time, and really such a very nice city. We love Milan now. We travel on the trams, and you listen
to good music.
Yeah, and we listen to this wonderful music. And the other thing which we have found is the staff of Miko has been so kind to us over the years, because when we started we couldn't understand the ticketing, and so we have
They're
been
very friendly, yes.
very nice and very helpful.
Thank you very much. Very good presentation indeed. Thank you. And actually, you must face tough competition, because in Italy there must be tens or hundreds of festivals going on, am I right? Winter, summer, spring, whatever. Thank you, Francesca, for coming. Our next speaker is Mr. Ioannis Trochopoulos. He is now the General Manager of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. As we all know, in Greece, Mr. Trochopoulos was for more than 20 years the Director of the Central Public Library of Veria, and for his work he was awarded the Access to Learning from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Trochopoulos.
Unfortunately, I moved from being the library, so now I'll face probably the catastrophe, because the past will be forgotten, and now people they have to remember what I'm going to do from the coming years. I'm very proud to be in this panel, and I was delighted and actually very jealous of what the two ladies presented to us, and how culture has an impact to the economy of the cities. This is what we expect to, and I'm sure Mr. Karas will have the same kind of vision and challenge, what we expect to have in Greece in the coming years. The truth is that I'm saying few words only about something which is going to be completed in 2 years' time. But it's interesting that I'm part of such a big project, which is in a way public-private partnership, but in a sense it's a public project which is funded by a private philanthropic institution. So I'm talking about the Cultural Center Stavros Niarchos Foundation, which is going to be, the construction already started in 1 year ago, and it's going to be completed in 2015, and then it will be handed to the Greek state. So it is very important to say that I really think that when we were talking about how to attract a visitor through cultural resources, it is important to think what we have in each period in our country and what we can present as a part of the modern Greece now to the outside world. And believe it or not, the foundation is working now on the ground level to create the kind of environment which will help not only the state, but also other cultural institutions in Greece to create the services which can attract the citizens, but also foreign visitors. And this is a very hard work, and it will take time, very many years, to see the results out of that, and we have to be very patient to wait for that. We will host there the National Opera, but we try, the challenge is that through these new premises of the National Opera, we'll try together with the people there to see and to discuss what is the opera in the 21st century, what is the opera in the digital era, how we can provide services which make sense to the citizens. And this is, I think, very important. We also try to create a new environment for the National Library. we all know, what is the state of the National Library now, and we all know what it should be, the state of the National Library. And this is a great challenge. And I don't think that even if we are in a position to attract thousands, millions of visitors in Greece, we will not avoid to answer the question, what is the scope and what is the role of the National Library in the country. And we include in this National Library a sector, a branch, which is a public library, total of nearly 7,000 square meters, and it will be more or less the biggest library on a ground level in the whole Europe. And this is, I think, something which creates a hope for the young people in Greece, but also will attract a lot of foreign people to see how the people in Mediterranean use and be part of a digital world in a library. We also have the Stavros Niarchos Park, which is a 170 square meters. It's a big park, which also, it is interesting to see how we can combine the function, the operations of an opera, of a library, and of a park. As far as I know, it is a unique kind of a complex. We cannot see in any part of the world such a combination between these three areas. And it is already interesting to say that we contribute to the economy of the country. That means we are building on that because already nearly 800 people are working on the site now to construct the whole complex. And it's very important to say that we managed through a lot of kind of consultation with the neighbors to avoid any kind of conflicts with the neighborhood. And we look after very much what we are doing and how people in the neighborhood feel about that. And we also, in the idea of engaging people, or of trying people to make them to understand that they are part of this project. We are not delivering something to offer services to the public. This is not what we have in our mind. We are delivering something with the people in the neighborhood and with the people around the country, because the creative forces of the country are part of this project, of this complex. And this is a visitor center already started. It's the first day opening now. We can see the whole construction site from there, and we can also work with the people there to create programs. And finally, when I was asked to be part of this project, I had a talk with Renzo Piano, who designed the whole complex, and I was very touched by what he said the first time he introduced the idea to the foundation. He said this could be the place, topos, for the citizen, the Greek citizen, but also for the foreigners, the topos for the modern Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trofopoulos. We wish you the best. This is a great project, not only for Greece, but for the whole region, if I may say so. And we, the elder, remember the rivalry between Niarchos and Onassis. I hope there is no rivalry among the foundations these days. Okay. So with this, I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Christos Karas, who is the Executive Director and Artistic Director of Music of the Onassis Cultural Center. And previously, he was the General Manager of another important institution, the Theocharakis Foundation of Fine Arts.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the International Herald Tribune and the organizers for this invitation. As I imagine that some of you might not know the Onassis Cultural Center, I'll just very quickly tell you a few things about the institution and then make perhaps a few points about the problematic that's been set when the program is a destination. So the Onassis Cultural Center is a division of the Onassis Public Benefit Foundation, which is active in the fields of education, culture, and public benefit actions in general, part of a two-tier system within the foundation where we have the public benefit on one side and the business foundation that actually finances the whole structure on the other. The whole thing, of course, set up after Onassis' death in 1975. The Onassis Cultural Center is a contemporary performing and visual arts center, and I think it's important in terms of what I'd like to say a bit later, that it is a contemporary arts center, very open to collaborations with other foundations and institutions from abroad, and that's also something I'd like to dwell upon a bit later. In terms of infrastructure, we have the main stage, which has approximately 170 seats. The smaller upper stage, both of which, the main stage and the upper stage, are used for a variety of purposes, dance, theatre, music, lectures, presentation, conferences, etc. There's the exhibition space, where we at the moment have a very interesting exhibition by the French-Polish artist Christian Boltanski, and various ancillary spaces for lectures, etc., as well as public spaces, restaurants, bars, etc. Performing arts, theatre, dance, performances for all ages, music, again, focusing on contemporary music in all its expressions, ranging from jazz and rock right through to the most avant-garde and new media tendencies. Visual arts, here we see one of my favorite owls from the recent Robert Wilson exhibition. Talks and thoughts, a series of lectures, discussions, debates. We have one this evening on the educational reform and its problems in Greece. So just to finish, the educational program or lifelong learning program, which straddles the whole range of what I just mentioned, from theatre, music, dance, visual arts, etc., and all ages from 2 years up to whenever. I think it's important to stress that we do actually, I think, cover the whole range of of all these artistic activities, and focusing on the contemporary side of things, I think, is what makes us quite different within the landscape of Greek contemporary culture. So, onto the subject, when the program is the destination, and thinking a little bit about which sector of culture we're talking about, because it's very, very different. I mean, in Greece, obviously, cultural heritage has been the main driver at all levels, and not contemporary culture. And indeed, if one looks at various statistics, for example, the most recent Eurobarometer poll from 2007, I think that's the most recent one, 38% of respondents absolutely associated culture with cultural heritage in Greece, as Greek respondents, whereas the EU 27 average is 13%. So we see, to start with, when we're talking about contemporary culture, there's already a problem within Greece as to what the importance and the weight of contemporary culture. And I think that's something that has been reflected in policy, and perhaps the lack of coherent policy at a national level of how do we promote contemporary culture. And what would the program being the destination mean, and how does it function differently according to what kind of institution we're running? I mean, obviously it's very different for a museum, for example, than it is for a performance arts space or a performance arts festival. A museum is a day-long activity, very relaxed in the way you can approach it. And successful museums, for example, the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, which builds on a very strong international brand and a very strong collection, a very impressive building that in itself is an emblem and, let's say, a magnet, has a very successful track record with regard to visitors. I mean, of the 950,000 something visitors in 211, almost 62% were from outside Spain, which is a tremendous number. On the other hand, if you have a performance-related venue, I'm not sure what the figures are for the two festivals the ladies mentioned earlier, but for example in Avignon, which is one of the most well-known theatrical contemporary spaces, only 10% of the 114,000 something visitors were from outside France. So it's a very different kind of relationship. The problem isn't, I think, here in Greece, and it was mentioned earlier, the problem isn't so much infrastructure. There's been an awful lot of spending on infrastructure. I mean, in the years 2000 to 2006, through various European operational programs, over 1 billion euros were invested in cultural infrastructure, ranging from museums for cultural heritage up to contemporary things. And that's not mentioning private investments such as the Niarchos Foundation or the Onassis Foundation. And right now, just to say that there's absolutely no rivalry, on the contrary, there's a synergy, I think, between the foundations. It's really important that there's a sort of cultural axis being drawn in the city, starting, if you like, from the Acropolis Museum, going through the new Contemporary Arts Museum and the State Museum of Contemporary Arts, to the Onassis Foundation, and down to the Niarchos Cultural Center in Faliero. So it's really, these investments have redefined the map. So the infrastructure's there, there's a certain concentration in the cultural sector, but is that enough to make a visitor from abroad come to Athens to see a performance? And I think, unfortunately, it isn't. And I think that one has to sort of look very carefully at what other cities have done. There have been successful cases of cities generating significant tourist influx through contemporary culture. One can think of Dublin, one can think of Barcelona, and of course one can think of Liverpool in 2008, which is widely regarded as being the most successful European cultural capital to have ever run. And I do strongly recommend that anyone who is interested in these things does look at the research that's been done and the assessment on what Liverpool managed to do. And the essence there is that you need a really strong integration between both the public sector, the private sector, and the third sector, which our foundations represent. You need to reposition culture as central to all levels of activity of the city, and you need to include that at all levels, including education, industry, transport, etc. So there has to be an integration of all these factors if it's going to succeed. So I don't think that it's really up to any individual institution to actually be on its own a magnet. And there's several other problems about that in any case. But nonetheless, there are things that one can do. And I'd like to mention 2 or 3 things that we do that we think are in the right sort of direction. The first is obviously to develop synergies with institutions and companies or what have you that can bring the message across to foreigners. We work with the International Herald Tribune, for example. There are media sponsors, as is the English edition of Kathimerini. We work with the airport, as you can see from these pictures here. So it's important to start with to get the message out to foreigners that you exist and that you have an interesting program. The second thing that we do is to provide English surtitles for our foreign audience, because otherwise, Greek is a minority language. That's one of the basic problems we have in attracting foreign visitors to certain types of performance events in any case. So you have to make an effort to make it accessible, and you have to print all your material in English at least. So there's certain things that I think base rules for actually achieving anything in this sector. Another thing which is much more long term and which we work at as much as we can at the foundation is the fact that most of the important major foreign productions that will come to Greece have toured abroad. I mean, there are hardly any that only come to Greece, right? So if I'm in London, chances are that the mega production that the Stavros Niarchos Foundation is putting on or that we are putting on will be at the Barbican at some point, so there's really no point in me coming to Athens to see it. So if I come to Athens, it's because I want to see something Greek. And of course, Greek contemporary culture is completely unknown or almost unknown outside the border. So one of the things we do at the Onassis Foundation, as you might have just seen from the little map, is we do try and promote contemporary Greek culture abroad, performance arts mainly, in an attempt to gain a certain amount of recognition that over time, and it's a long-term process, will make some names attractive. And in a not-so-contemporary context, for example, what's happening today with the Camerata, orchestra that's having a very successful career abroad, I think will make it possible at some point that someone will come to Athens to see a performance by the Camerata. You know, that it's not up to any one of us on our own, but there are things we can all do. I think it's a much more difficult proposition than one would like to say. I mean, as a goal, it's absolutely beautiful and wonderful, and it's been done elsewhere, but we really need to somehow lobby for the kind of coordination at a state and government level, which is the only place it can come from, really, to integrate all these levels to create one city destination within which a contemporary cultural program could in itself be an important part of the mix. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karas. Time is late, but if you have one or two questions, by all means. Mr. Tsitouras, do we have a festival in Santorini? I understand it was recognized as one of the 10 best, you know, visit places in the world. Is there something going on there? You have here, you know, excellent...
Yes, afterwards I will meet them. Although I know very well Mr. Karas.
Yes.
I would like to meet Mr. Tsopoulos.
Absolutely. I saw a hand raised from here. Yes, sir.
I'm really surprised and very pleased to see all these developments in Greece. I've been living in England for about 23 years, and I have to admit that I didn't know of the existence of the Onassis Foundation and the buildings and the infrastructure you have got. And that's a problem, because I've been in tourism for about 30 years. You've got incredible facilities. I'm sure that your artistic work is absolutely fantastic. And there is a great need to cluster all this activity together to the specific need and the specific audiences that they may travel to Greece, or they'll use the facilities for a range of other things that they're happening. And I think one of the things that we find all over the world is that the culture world and the tourism world are not coming very closely together. I think there's a great opportunity in Greece to do that. And let's work together to make it possible.
I think you have a generation here that will start this you know,
absolutely
coming close together. And actually, that was my question: whether, you know, the institutions here having a kind of a rapport and cooperation with the Megaron, with the Athens Festival, with other organizations, so that you coordinate all this instead of one fighting the other, in a sense.
And it may be on your internal marketing.
Yes.
To employ people that they have got access to the tourism channels rather than only the cultural channels, so you can bring the two worlds together.
It's a very good point. Any comment from your side? Κύριε Τροχόπουλε, έχει ένα μικρόφωνο εκεί.
Yes, it is really it's a very challenging thing. I do understand. I am very fond of collaboration. I've been working on that all my career. When I started working, we were 4 people and we have 6 different opinions. That means we Greeks, we have always something different to say, and one person has different opinions, the same. I think it is the time now to work together and to be more effective and efficient. It's a matter of, I must say that we have to bear in mind that the whole situation of the country does not allow us the luxury to work alone or to work in a direction which shows that we don't bother what happens around us. This is very important. We have to bear in mind that for most of the people now, they suffer, they feel the pain. Whatever we do, we have to link with their needs. And if we do that properly, then we can have a hope that we can create something which also make interest to other people. Otherwise, we will always have, you know, our audience will be less and less, and we will be struggling to fit within an environment which is more demanding. So I really appreciate and I accept your
Of course, another obvious challenge. Παρακαλώ, κύριε.
Well, I don't have anything much to add. I mean, I agree completely. There is a lack of synergies amongst the foundations, or not specifically the foundations. Generally speaking, there's a lack of collective action. And I think it's quite accurate that we should work to remedy that, yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely. Another obvious challenge is we live in horrible economic years. I was wondering what happens in Italy or in Turkey about, raising the necessary funds, the money in order to sustain a good program these days. How challenging it is.
For my experience, when we started with Mito Festival in 2007, the total budget was 11 million euros. And this year, in April, they told me that it was half. So I already planned everything and so on with the artists and so on. But come on, it's reality. We have to face the crisis. I think it's also a good opportunity to reinvent, to promote much more the local cultural institution, because you cannot afford the best orchestras in the world and so on. Maybe just one, and you have to choose. And so we did, and it was much more intense, shorter, because we said we don't want to make the quality lower than it is. That's our priority. So just invent ourselves, and we did it. It was a hard challenge, but the audience says it was okay.
Do you get some state money?
Yeah, half of the budget comes from the city of Milan and of Turin, and the rest I have to look for in the market. Sponsor.
I think the situation in Turkey, at least for the Istanbul Music Festival, is a bit worse than Italy. We don't receive any state money or public funding, so it's our share. It's not the public money we don't receive in cash, but like 2% is in service. But the rest, we receive around 70% from private sponsorship, which we have to look every year. And the foundation, Istanbul Music Festival, is organized by Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts. Its budget is around 15 million euros, and overall budget 60 to 70% comes from private sponsorship, around 25% from ticket income, and the rest is from membership fees and all the rest. But when it was founded in 1973, the foundation was receiving around 67% from the state. It diminished in the course of time, and in 2000 it became zero. And then since year 2000, we don't receive any public or state funding. So we already have a model for us. We have to generate our own money.
On the artistic program, I think we invite also Greek groups to Istanbul very often, am I right?
I mean, the artistic program, of course, we program our program, our festival first, then we have to look for money, and then we have to sell the tickets. So every year we take a lot of risks. Wow. So we have to, be creative in really tidying up the budget.
Very good. Any final comment, question? Παρακαλώ. Η κυρία στο βάθος. The lady at the back.
Hello, I would like to make a question to both ladies. The question is, how long before the September or November, I think it's the Turkey Festival, is in September?
In June.
In June, right. How much time before you finalize the program?
So we have to finalize the program at the end of August, latest at the end of September, let's say. Then we have to start searching money. I mean, we start a bit earlier. We start in June every year until 2014, the next year. So, but we really have to close the program in August, at the end of August.
So it's at least 10 months before the event?
Yes, definitely.
And Signora Colombo?
No, for our festival that takes only 1 month in September, we announce it in May. I know it's pretty late, And we announce in every details, so venues, program, and so on. This year we'll have an exception because in 2015 Milan will host the Exposition Universale. And so we decided to do with no idea of the budget because the mayor of the city told us 1 month before how much we have. But we want to take a risk and announce the 2014 and 2015 this May. So to be in advance, particularly for international people who will come to Milan and so they have an idea what is going on in September 2015.
Thank you very much.
So let us express our thanks and appreciation to our 4 distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. So with this, our conference comes to an end. On behalf of Alberto Cano, who represents International Herald Tribune, and Achilles Chaltas, who had to fly to Dubai or whatever for another conference, we'd like to sincerely thank you. Rendezvous for next year. Jenny Christodoulou was a great help from our office for this. And of course, many thanks to our interpreters who did another conference all the time and our technical people. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us.